Good evening and welcome. Welcome to this meeting of the Planning Committee, including those watching online. If the fire alarm is activated, please vacate the offices via the stairs, either through the security door to my right or opposite the lifts in the foyer. Please do not use the lifts. Please assemble in Hawley Square on the green, where officers will assist you and advise when it is deemed safe to return to the chamber. Does anyone intend to film or record audio of the meeting? Thank you. I would advise that if filming takes place, anyone in attendance in the public areas may have their image captured. I urge anyone filming proceedings to avoid filming members of the public, particularly if there are children present. Any speakers using the microphones in the middle may be picked up by cameras recording the meeting, and members of the public in the public gallery behind them may have their image captured. Would everyone present please ensure their mobile phones are turned to silent and that they are not used to make or receive phone calls or messages in the chamber whilst this meeting is in progress. Now, I will just remind members of the committee, we do still have a problem with the speakers, the loudspeakers that are in the gallery area, so please make sure that you do speak into the microphones as clearly as you possibly can so that those in the gallery can hear. I have the following members who wish to speak under Council Procedure Rule 20.1. Item 4, Councillor Huxley. Item 5H, Councillor Pressland. Item 5A, Councillors Pugh and Councillor Cupp. Do I have any other members who wish to speak under Council Procedure Rule 20.1? Please say now. No. I have apologies from Councillor Rizeki, Councillor Dennis and Councillor Moore, and there are no substitutions. I'm looking, Councillor Bayford, did you want?
Sorry, I think that Councillor Wright is coming, but maybe a little bit late to replace one of them.
Okay, well, if Councillor Wright arrives, she will be welcome.
Thank you.
Obviously,
Okay.
if she joins during a particular debate, she will not be able to vote on that item until she's here for a complete debate,
Okay.
but thank you. Are there any other apologies? And are there any declarations of interest? So, do members agree that minutes of the extraordinary planning committee meeting held on the 26th of November 2024 be approved as a correct record? And do I have a proposer? Councillor Alban, and seconded by Councillor Matterface. Everyone agree? Thank you. I don't think I have any points of information tonight. No. Which means that we move straight on to agenda item 4, which is the Rooks Delicatessen 7 to 9 King Street, Ramsgate, following the site visit. Speaking first under Council Rule Procedure 20.1, Councillor Huxley. You have 3 minutes.
Thanks, Chair. Rachel Birch Lawson, who is the owner of 6 Abbots Hill, Ramsgate, is extremely grateful for all the work which has gone into amending the plans and finding solutions to the challenges of the site. She's really pleased that many of her concerns have been heard and attended to following the site visit in December. We have some final comments, however, for the committee to consider. One, that the proposed window adjacent to the flat roof and above the stairwell is fixed shut to guarantee security. 2, that the fire safety will be assessed through building control legislation and that this will ensure Rachel's flat is appropriately protected in the event of a fire. However, the building insurers have previously indicated that her flat is at high risk in the event of a fire. Therefore, we request that fireproofing is installed between 6 Abbots Hill and the proposed development, and that this is included as a condition of the permission. Point 3, the change of use from a commercial premises with fixed hours of business and strict controls over its management to a building with residential properties is also a concern. We request that the following conditions are included. 1, historic commercial usage of the Rooks building has been limited to daytime use only. A change to full-time residential units is significant, introducing new noise levels at evenings and weekends. So soundproofing has been explicitly specified for the new residential units, but admitted for number 6 Abbots Hill. We request installation of soundproofing between Rachel's flat and the proposed development. B, we request the introduction of an appropriate management plan for the communal areas and services, in particular concerning the large storage area and the proposed smaller storage area. Anything stored in these two locations would be a fire risk. Rachel is concerned about the vagueness of the description of the quotes general storage area and what that means. And she points out that she has no control over the management of the communal areas in the proposed development. C, therefore we suggest the appointment of a managing agent by the applicant to ensure that the communal areas are kept clean and free of discarded domestic items, and that the residents of the proposed flats correctly present their domestic waste in seagull-proof bags at the top of the steps for collection, and then bring the empty bags back into the communal area afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you. The Planning Applications Manager will now outline the report. No. Principal Planning Officer. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. So this is a site located here. So we've got King Street in this location, Abbots Hill here. This was the front elevation of the building from King Street. So the proposal is for a second floor extension above the existing building to provide 3 flats, so the conversion of the first floor and the provision of an extension above to create 2 one-bed flats and a 2-bed flat. So there's no alterations to the shop front. The only changes are the replacement of the windows at first floor level to aluminium. And then that's just again showing the site on the left-hand side here, and then going up Abbots Hill in this location here to the side. This is the existing side of the building, so the proposal replaces some of the existing windows with new windows. And then again, you can just see the existing side, and then looking back at the building. So when we visited the site at the committee site visit, we looked at the side elevation. The proposal originally included the rendering of the entire side elevation, including this area of brick. So following the site visit, amended plans have been submitted which show the retention of this brick element. So the only area being rendered is in this location here. The other concerns raised were to do with the creation of a new entrance door to the flat. So this was going to be in this location here. So the black door here, I'll show you in more detail here. The black door here is the existing door into the building. The blue door is the neighbour, number 6 Abbot Hills door into her flat at first floor level, and then a new door was being proposed in this location here. So concerns were raised with this and the fact that this was going to lead through a bin store area and potentially create noise for the first floor flat. So the amended plan now shows that door omitted. The entrance into the flats will now be via the existing black door there, which will be through the existing building. So I'll show you the floor plan of that later on. And then again, just showing you, so that's the area that will remain as brick now instead of the being rendered. And then this is round to the rear of the site. So this is the site in this location here. So the extension would be above the existing building in this location. And then this is looking at showing the neighbours' window, which is in this location here, and we looked through the neighbour's window towards the development in this location here. So again, concern was raised regarding the balcony area that was in this location and the potential for security issues and from noise and disturbance from that use of the balcony. And then this was a view from the neighbour's window looking towards that space. So the balcony was in this location here, just beyond this chimney. And then this was looking towards that balcony area in this location here. So the amended plan has now looked to reduce the size of the balcony area. So whereas the balustrading was in this location on the edge of the roof, it's now been set back in line with the rear elevation of the neighbour's property. So this area will just remain as an open flat roof space, but won't be used as part of the residential unit. And the flat will use the balcony area, which is set back here, which will reduce noise and disturbance. It will reduce a screen from being located along this wall, which was previously provided. So it is felt that that will now reduce the impact on the neighbour. And then that was in, sorry, just to show you, that was in that location there. So just to remind you of the elevations, so that was the existing elevation, and then that's the proposed, so that's the second floor extension with dormers that's being proposed above the existing building with the render and the aluminium windows. And then this is the elevation facing Abbots Hill, so that's the existing elevation. This is the entrance to the neighbour, and this was the existing entrance to the building. This was the proposed plan previously shown to members, so that was the entrance to the flats that was being proposed, with that being the neighbour's entrance. And now this is the amended plan with that entrance gone, and so the flats would be accessed via this existing door. And then this is the view taken from the east, so this is looking from the neighbour's side, which is that's their wall there. And then this is showing the extension above. So this was the privacy screen. Again, this was the superseded one, so this was the previous one that members saw with the screen projecting out, and this was the neighbour's window, and therefore she had concerns with the use of this balcony area in this location here. And now that's been reduced, so you can still see the screen, but actually that is in line with this rear elevation. It's just the way the plan's shown, but the actual screen does follow the rear elevation here. So this area here now doesn't have that screen, and this area is no longer a balcony. And then this is the view, so again, that's the neighbour's window there. This is the existing plan. That was this is the proposed plan. So again, from this view, it looks the same, but that screening is now set back in line with that elevation. So in terms of the floor plans, this is the existing floor plan, ground floor plan on the right-hand side of the screen here. So this is the entrance into the commercial unit, and this was the cold store. And then previously we had the entrance being located here, which would have gone through the bin store and up to the flats, and then they would have just had some outside space here, but all of the storage for bins and cycles would have been inside, and there would have been a wall erected between the two units to create a split between the commercial and the residential. The plan, as now amended, is showing again that door removed. This now just remains a general storage space, and then the entrance to the flats will now be through the existing door, which will run through with the entrance up to the flats through these stairs here, and the waste is now being relocated to the rear external space. So whilst there's been mention of management plans for this, it is only 3 units. It's not considered that there would be really a need for a management plan for such a small number of units. It's expected that they would store waste in this location and then have to take the bags up to the top of the Abbots Hill on collection day, as the other units in this row do. In terms of the upper floors, so the first floor remains the same as you previously saw at the last meeting. The middle plan here is the second floor plan. This was the plan that members saw at the original meeting, with that area being the balcony. On the right-hand side is the amended plan, which now shows the privacy screen set back along here. So again, the neighbour's window is this location here, and this is now the screen running along here, so the balcony area is much reduced. And again, there's no longer a screen located here from the neighbour's property. So the concern from the neighbours is to do with this single window here, which is a stairwell window. There would be no overlooking from that window because of the sort of orientation relationship of that window to the neighbour's window. It's been mentioned about security from that window. I mean, we've not proposed for it to be obscure, for it to be fixed shut at this stage, because it's not considered that really is a potential risk, because it's just from a stairwell, and then this is just a flat roof, and then there is a wall in this location here. So that's not being proposed as an additional condition. And then that's the roof plan. So overall, it is felt that the provision of the second floor extension is considered to be of a good design, in keeping with the character of the conservation area. The living conditions of the proposed units is considered to be acceptable, and through these latest amendments, it actually does further improve the impact for the living conditions of the future occupiers, no longer having to walk through the refuse store. And it is felt that the concerns of the neighbours have been addressed. Many of the comments that have been raised as well to do with the neighbour, we feel that would be dealt with via building regulations. In terms of the insulation, the two areas located next to the neighbour's wall are bedrooms, so it's not considered that these would actually create increased noise and disturbance for the neighbour when compared to the existing commercial use. So it is recommended for approval. Thank you.
Thank you. I move that the officer's recommendation is adopted.
Can I just clarify that? Sorry.
Okay. Before we do that,
Sorry, members. I just want to clarify this. At 3.1 in the options that are provided is the recommendation. It's defer and delegate subject to a signed legal obligation. Sorry, just to correct that, because at the beginning of the report it says to approve, but it's actually to defer and delegate to get the SAM's obligation locked in. So sorry, just to confirm that. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. So I move the officer's recommendation is adopted. Would the Vice Chair please second?
Seconded.
Thank you. I have for speaking Councillor Alban.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I was on the site visit. I'm a ward councillor as well. I was really concerned at the site visit in relation to the impact on the adjoining resident. I'm very pleased that the applicant and his agent who were there have listened to what was said on the site visit, have listened and talked to the neighbour, and that these matters are now basically resolved. I would like to ask a question in relation to something that Councillor Huxley raised, and that is in relation to fireproofing and also for soundproofing for the next door neighbour of this building. Is that possible to have a condition that takes place, or obviously I've just heard you say about the building regulations, and I understand that, but I don't believe they can actually force to have soundproofing put in. So could I just have an answer to that question, please? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. In terms of the soundproofing, that's obviously not to do with building regs. So the fire safety aspect of things, we wouldn't think that the condition passes the tests under the MPPG, because it's not necessary, because building regs legislation is enacted for the conversion and the creation of the flats. With regards to the soundproofing, that is something that members could impose if they didn't consider the current recommendation was acceptable without that condition. From the officer perspective, if we can just go back to the ground floor plan, in terms of the comings and goings, because obviously that's in terms of the impact on the neighbouring property, you can see on the right-hand side on the image the ground floor plan where the entry point is and also where the staircase is, and it's away from that common boundary in terms of where that is. And because of the change, you'll recall obviously the fact that previously the flats were one side of that entrance, now they're the other side of the entrance. It means that there is that separation, and you can see on the first floor, second floor, first floor plan on the left-hand side and the second floor plan furthest on the right-hand side, that actually you've got bedrooms either side adjacent to the neighbouring property. So in terms of the necessity of soundproofing, whilst it's understood that there will be potential movements on a sort of weekend or evening, they're not substantial enough to require additional measures in our view, simply because of where those movements are going to occur in relation to where the neighbouring property is. And obviously members may recall from the site visit as well, when they entered the neighbouring flat, where the staircase was. So you're not next to habitable room windows, habitable rooms either. So we don't consider it to be necessary to put that condition on.
Yeah, I still would like to see something like that. I still would like to see soundproofing, and I think we should put that in as a condition. But that, apart from that, I fully support this application. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Bayford.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, clearly a lot of adjustments have been made to provide these extra flats and to reduce the impact on the adjoining neighbour. Unfortunately, I was away when the site visit took place, so I wasn't able to see for myself. But listening to Councillor Huxley this evening, I feel that the conditions suggested are for safety, particularly the fireproofing. Could you be grateful just to explain again the fixed closed window? Are you saying that that's something that building regulations will deal with, or that it's not necessary at all? And why is it not possible to have a management plan for a small development? I don't really understand that. Sorry.
In terms of the window, so the window being referred to is in this location here. So the neighbour's concerned that if this isn't fixed shut, someone could climb out of the window, over the roof, over this wall, onto this roof and into her window. it feels that's unlikely to be a situation where we could reasonably request a fixed window to be provided, and especially when it's in a hallway. You potentially might need that as an escapable window if there were a fire in the property. To have a window that's fixed shut in the stairwell doesn't seem right from a fire safety point of view. So I think that's our view on that. I mean, again, if members felt that it needed to be fixed shut, it could potentially be conditioned to be that way, but we didn't feel that was reasonable, and that actually we would rather see that as a potential escapable window. We've also not agreed that it should be a secure glazed either, because I think that was another issue to do with potential overlooking. But again, as I said, that relationship isn't considered to be really an issue because of where that window is, and this being a hallway window as well. And then in terms of the management plan for the waste, so this is the outside space, which is where they would store the bins just before, and then have to take them out up to the top of Abbots Hill on collection day. It's not really considered that there would be a need to have a waste storage management plan, because it basically they could be in that location. We've got conditions saying the waste would have to be stored in that location, and in order to be collected, they have to take it up to the top of Abbots Hill. There's not really much more we can sort of get from that that we can require them to do. I mean, we can look at how that's stored, but again, it does seem quite unreasonable, because for a normal property, you would just say you'd have sort of the wheelie bins out there. In this case, obviously, you'd have to have the bags, so there probably would have to be some form of actual storage unit that you'd put the bags in. But other than that, there's not really anything more that we could probably get that would help.
Councillor Matterface.
Thank you, Chair. I was on the site visit, and I was very glad I went, because I was really struggling understanding the plans. I think it's good that unwanted space above a shop is being used and creating some flats in the town centre. I still have some concerns about getting the seagull-proof bags up to the top of the steps, but I think, as has been said, the agent and the applicant have done a lot to alleviate the concerns we raised. It was just so complicated going there, trying to picture from that, compare that with what we actually saw. So I'm glad I went. I think I would probably support this, but maybe a little bit of concern over whether or not seagull-proof bags get carried up to the top, but that would be an issue presumably for the waste department to deal with later. Thank you.
Councillor Keane.
Thank you. I was going to raise the issue of the window on the stairwell being shut, but having heard the argument about fire safety, I think that outweighs it, so I'm fine with it. Thank you.
Councillor Wing.
Thank you. I was on the site visit, and although I know this area really well, it was such a higgledy-piggledy building that I'm really glad I went. I still have concerns about the store being under the flat. And we all know that if these flats are permanently let to people who live there permanently, then there's some degree of investment in looking after their own rubbish and their own space. But if it's not permanently let and it becomes a holiday let, then we could end up with a completely different situation where people don't take responsibility for their rubbish. So I do have concerns about that store area and the potential fire risk. Am I right in thinking that this has to have smoke detectors? So all of that is already in there, so that if a fire was to start, alarms would go off to alert people that there was a fire.
I would imagine, looking at the arrangement you've got there and the fact that you've got the central corridor, it's rather more likely that to pass building regs you would need them. But again, it's not something that's within the sort of purview of committee, but it would definitely be anticipated, I think.
So I do have some concerns about the fire risk to the flat, and it's because the flat sits above part of this building that it's very unusual. It doesn't sit alongside it. Part of this building where there is going to be storage of rubbish and possibly other stuff that is flammable, because we all have dumping grounds in our own houses, normally garages or outdoor spaces. I am concerned about that. So I think that whole area needs fireproofing. And again, because it sits under, I have concerns about some soundproofing, but I would like to thank the applicant for making the changes, because there's not just a few changes, there's been whole-scale change, and that does bode well going forward, that if the neighbours do have problems, then there is going to be a sensitive applicant there to take concerns seriously.
Councillor Kay Bright.
Thank you, Chair. I basically entirely agree with what Councillor Wing has just said. I'm really concerned about that space because of everywhere like that becomes a dumping ground. I would agree with Councillor Alban on the soundproofing. I agree with Councillor Wing on the management plan for that storage space. And I'm also still not 100% comfortable with the window. I think the neighbours' concerns are their concerns. What I would like to know is the wall that is someone would effectively have to climb over. How high is that? It just feels to me like it's a point of safety and reassurance for the neighbour that they would have a very kind of minimal impact on the development. And again, I would like to thank the applicant for making so many changes and listening to what we said at the last meeting.
This is a photo that was taken from the neighbour's window, so you can't quite see the wall in this photo, but basically you've got the chimney there, the wall was adjoined to the chimney, so again it's behind this chimney here. I suppose that's probably the height of the wall there, so actually it is level probably with the neighbour's sill, so with the original plan there was going to be some screening there and now it is lower. I want to just show you another view, that view again. So again, that's a view from the neighbour's window looking out. So the window would be in this location here. So we're talking about someone climbing out of there on this flat roof and over here, but then onto this bit of the roof around this window here.
Okay, I don't have any other speakers, so there's a couple of things before we go to the vote on this item. The first is, we noted at the beginning that Councillor Linda Wright, you were due to arrive. Because you arrived during the presentation, you're not allowed to vote on this item. You understand that, thank you. And secondly, before we move to the vote, Mr Livingstone is going to make an announcement, so just bear with me.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to confirm, given the discussion that's gone on, the motion that's in front of members is for the conditions that have been outlined in the agenda report. If you feel like any or one of those conditions that have been mentioned are necessary to make the development, necessary to make the development acceptable, then you would have to vote against the motion to approve. If the motion then falls, then we can have a discussion about which conditions are imposed or not. But just to make it clear, none of those conditions have been added. You're voting on what's in the agenda item.
Thank you. So we will now put the motion for the officer's recommendation to defer and delegate for approval to officers to the vote. Those in favour? And those against? So that has fallen, which means I'm now going to hand back to Mr Livingstone to lead on the discussion.
Okay, thank you, Chair. So in terms of, I'm going to bring it to four things that have been mentioned. In terms of, first of all, in terms of the soundproofing, in terms of the imposition of a condition, it would appear that if we're looking at the area that there is a potential for impact from what members have identified, it is the area that is effectively above this bin storage area and the general store area, where the ceiling is effectively the neighbour that's above. So installation of soundproofing within that ceiling would be, I am taking from what members are talking about, the issue with regards to that. In terms of the other matters, in terms of fire safety, again to reiterate the point I made, there will be provisions within building regs, and it shouldn't be that the planning permission is imposing conditions and issues that are dealt with through other legislation. Therefore, we wouldn't consider that condition to pass the test of a requirement. I appreciate members want to make sure that the building is safe in terms of the conversion, but that's what building regs are for. In terms of the waste management plan potential, again, to reiterate what Emma had outlined, this is 3 units in a flat development. This is not a level of development that we would expect to have a management plan. We have all the information that you would expect to get. Ultimately, if there was an issue with regards to that outdoor space and the collection of waste and odour was created through things not being disposed of, that is a statutory nuisance issue. In regards to the other issue, which is the window, again, we've made mention about the fact that obviously we don't consider that there is an inherent issue with having an opening window. It is I don't necessarily think it's a reasonable prospect to take that we should require a window to be fixed shut because of a potential for someone to climb out of it and climb over a series of roofs to illegally access someone's property. I just don't think that's a reasonable planning judgment to make in my view. Therefore, I suppose my recommendation, and members can disregard it or take it into account, would be that if a motion was moved to defer and delegate as per the recommendation, but with the addition of a condition requiring soundproofing for the ceiling between the ground floor and the neighbouring property to be added, the wording of which would be the responsibility of officers to work with environmental health to make sure we're applying a correct DB rating, so I'm not going to come up with that in front of you now, that would probably be the most appropriate thing to cover the issue. But I accept the fact that members may want to introduce other conditions as per the discussion. So I don't know whether or not anyone wants to either move a motion or ask any questions of that.
Councillor Alban.
Yeah, thank you. I actually totally accept the issue in relation to the fireproofing. That is something that's dealt with under the building regulations and not for us to determine that. I also agree in relation to that window. I don't think it's right to shut the window on. That perhaps someone, sometime, somewhere or other, may decide to climb out of it. You know, you could do that anywhere. But so I haven't got a problem with that. I also haven't got a problem with the waste management because, you know, it is what it is, and you've got to put your bins out one way or the other, whether it's in a bag or a bin. If someone's going to live there, they've got to climb with their bag up the steps, so that's their problem. But I do really support the condition in relation to the soundproofing. I think that is really important for the resident next door, and that is what I would propose, Chair.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder for...
Do you want me to put words to that before? Well, yeah, get a second.
Yeah, do I have a seconder for that first? Councillor Matterface, and then
Shall I put words
you
to it
do
and
some
then
words to it, yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Obviously, there will be the opportunity to debate the motion once, because it's on the table, but just to clarify then, taking what Councillor Alban said and what I've said already, that then the motion that would be debated and then voted on would be to defer and delegate the application to officers for approval, subject to the submission of a signed legal agreement to secure the contribution to the SAMs within 6 months, subject to the safeguarding conditions set out within Annex 2, and for the addition of a condition requiring soundproofing for the ceiling between the ground floor of the proposal and the neighbouring property at 6 Abbots Hill to be formulated by officers.
Okay, does anyone want to comment or debate on that motion before I put that to the vote? In that case, would those who are in favour of the amended motion please indicate? Thank you. And that is carried. Thank you. Okay, in that case, so that motion was carried. Any site visits will take place for committee members on the morning of Friday the 7th of February. And we move on to the public speaking for tonight. So agenda item 5A, 4 Wilkie Road, Birchington. Speaking in favour of the application, I have first Mr Hadley. Mr Hadley, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I'm speaking tonight on behalf of the applicant, Mr Moyes, who is seeking planning permission for a home for himself and his family. As you'll see from the officer's report, permission here was originally granted to convert and extend the existing house to provide a 2-storey property, although during construction works the existing house was found to be structurally unsound and was demolished. This has resulted in work stopping on site pending the determination of the application that is before you this evening. You'll see from the plans before you that the design sits comfortably with the building lines of properties along Wilkie Road, and the street scene demonstrates that the house will sit comfortably with the scale and height of both neighbouring homes. The officer's report complements the design and concludes that it represents an improvement on the previous consent to remodel and enlarge the house. The front elevation now contains variety in terms of the use of materials, and the amount of windows has been reduced compared to the previous approval. The front elevation of which looked a little busy, as you can see on the street scene plans that will be shown to you this evening. I appreciate that neighbour objections have been submitted suggesting harm to amenity and overlooking. Your officers have reviewed objections and have assessed the design in relationship with neighbouring homes. They are satisfied that no unacceptable harm through loss of light, overbearing impact or overlooking would be caused, and this includes to the neighbouring properties at 2 Wilkie Road and at 15 Shakespeare Road. Similar objections were raised by a neighbour concerning the approved application to extend and alter the house to one of 2-storey design that the council concluded was also acceptable when it was approved. The scale of the house is the same as approved previously, and there are no more windows on the rear of elevation to those previously consented. Flank-facing windows at first floor level that would serve bathrooms and a dressing room are to be obscure glazed. The report notes that landscaping has been removed from the site. The applicant fully intends to landscape the front and rear garden and has no objection to a detailed scheme of landscaping to be the subject of a planning condition, nor do they have objections to biodiversity enhancements also being secured by condition, as your officers suggest in conjunction with KCC Ecology. Taking these matters into account, I therefore ask you to support the officer's recommendation to grant consent this evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Speaking against the application, Mr Young, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Although speaking at the meeting this evening, these comments represent the concerns of all 3 neighbouring properties impacted by the proposed development. The height and siting of the development leads to a visually imposing and overbearing property for the neighbouring properties, creating a sense of enclosure and loss of outlook when viewed from our habitable rooms and outdoor space to the rear of the property. The proposed development creates overshadowing and blocks sunlight from reaching outdoor and habitable spaces of all 3 properties surrounding the development. This is confirmed by the planning officer's report. Planning rules have been established to regulate this issue and prevent the loss of daylight. As 15 Shakespeare Road is south-facing, most of the light and daylight for our habitable and outdoor space is achieved from the proposed development site. The development will impact negatively upon the light in our property and garden as well as the property to the north. Although the officer's report notes that the rear proposed development extends approximately 0.3 metres beyond the neighbouring rear ground floor extension, it does not accurately represent the impact of the second floor of the proposal, creating shade to the single-storey ground floor extension of number 6 Wilkie Road. That distance of the second storey is approximately 6 metres beyond their second floor and clearly creates a sense of an overbearing and enclosed environment. An amendment to the proposed development in line with the property to the north, i.e. a similar single-storey extension to the rear, would resolve this. It should be the aim of the planning authority to ensure that developments are designed in such a way as to minimise overlooking neighbouring properties and avoid invasion of privacy of neighbours. Approval of this development achieves exactly the opposite. There is a higher expectation of privacy to rear windows and in private rear gardens, which usually enjoy a greater degree of seclusion. This was achieved by the original single-storey building that was unlawfully demolished. The proposed building will negatively impact upon our privacy. We are not overlooked, even at an oblique angle, from any upper floor windows in the neighbouring buildings. The proposed development will establish a clear line of sight and visibility overlooking the rear garden and living space of 15 Shakespeare Road and number 6 Wilkie Road. The ground floor to 15 Shakespeare Road includes 3 habitable spaces, kitchen, dining room and living room, and the first floor has 2 habitable spaces, 2 bedrooms. There is a reasonable expectation of privacy in these rooms and should be afforded the most protection. Approving this proposal does not achieve this protection, and it is the planning authority's responsibility to ensure that it is protected. While we appreciate that some overlooking occurs in most residential environments, in planning terms we feel the impact falls outside acceptable limits. The report recommending approval has failed to accurately consider or represent the real-life impact upon neighbouring properties. Measured distances in a report do not provide the true real-life impact of the proposal on living conditions and its failure to meet the aims of policies QD02 and 3. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaking under Council Procedure Rule 20.1, I have first Councillor Pugh.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be honest, I couldn't put it better myself, really. So I'm going to try and do a bit of a hodgepodge and a worse job of giving you some reasons why I think that this application should be refused. Myself and Councillor Cupp were contacted by neighbouring residents who were concerned that whilst there was a previous application and consent had been given to make extensive alterations to the original bungalow that was on site, it became clear to residents that actually what was being built was not just necessary alterations to the bungalow, and that there were no retaining walls or walls of any value left when the bungalow was demolished, but that the building was gathering pace and works had really properly commenced. The only reason why work stopped was because not just from, I believe it was from residents, not from myself and Councillor Cupp, but planning enforcement got involved and issued a warning notice to stop the works, and that's why a retrospective application has been submitted and now come before the committee tonight. I'm not going to speak for Councillor Cupp, because Councillor Cupp can probably speak better than I can, but I'm incredibly concerned, as are residents, as you've heard, about issues of overlooking and how imposing the building is. I'm sure officers will show you satellite images and street view images and stuff like that in a minute, but if you look on Google Earth, the original layout of the bungalow, we can always understand that many things were built with a lot more space years ago, and that it's understandable for a site such as this to have an extension or a conversion and become two-storey. I completely understand that, and I don't think anyone's arguing that you shouldn't be able to extend and build on a plot this size. But really, my concern is the imposing nature of this building. So what I would urge members of the planning committee to do is that if you can't refuse it tonight, is to conduct a site visit and have a look at the nature of the building works that have already commenced and how close they are to the neighbouring properties, both on both sides on Wilkie Road, and appreciate, maybe potentially from the neighbouring properties, the height and the scale of what is being proposed to be built, and how imposing it will be. I'm not against, as I said, a bigger, larger building being built on this site, but I think actually by its nature, the new building is incredibly wide, and I don't really see a reason why it couldn't have been set a little bit further within the site to create a bit more distance with the neighbouring properties. I think that's a consideration that should have been made. That's not for me to make that consideration. That's for the owner and the applicant to have done that. But I think it's an opportunity for you to ask those questions of why that hasn't been considered. So therefore, if you can't refuse tonight, I'd really like you to conduct a site visit and then bring it back. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Cupp, 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, committee members. I don't want to reiterate too much of what's already been said, because it has already been beautifully said by Mr Young and also Councillor Pugh. I just want to reiterate that as we all know as councillors, we often have planning applications coming forward, and of course we are contacted by neighbours about concerns they may have, but I think it takes a certain level of concern for a group of neighbours to come together and ask to see their ward councillors because they are so concerned about an application. And this is what happened with this one that is before you tonight. I will just state again that my main concerns are the concerns of residents of 15 Shakespeare Road, which are having severe overlooking from this proposal. The severe blocking of sunlight with 2 Wilkie Road, which is the adjacent property, and also the overdevelopment of the site. The rear of the property extends further, and it is creating a very crowded feel along that road. And whilst I appreciate, as you'll see from the pictures in the report, Wilkie Road has a variety of houses down there. It doesn't mean that just because there's a variety, we should let anything go. So, and also, as there is already, this applicant has already started to build out, there's already been significant damage to the wildlife and biodiversity on that site. There's been trees ripped out and bushes and shrubs, which I think is also a major concern. So to summarise, Chair, as much as you will be able to see an element of the impact and the viewpoints from the slides tonight, I would urge the committee, if they feel they cannot refuse it, to please have a site visit, to visit Mr Young's house at 15 Shakespeare Road and also to Wilkie Road, so you can truly understand and see the impact of what the neighbouring properties would have from this application. Thank you.
Thank you. And now the Planning Applications Manager will outline the report.
Thank you, Chair. The application site is outlined in red. So the proposal is, the screen in front of us has just gone. Councillor Crittenden, I'm going to ask you to turn and look at the screen if that's okay. I take it that screen's working. Sorry, I can't. Thank you. Okay, great. Thank you. The application site is outlined in red. So the proposal is for the erection of a two-storey, four-bed dwelling following the demolition of the existing dwelling. So this is a part retrospective application, in so much as the previous dwelling has been demolished, and and as you will see from the photos, the construction has started on the dwelling itself. So the main issues for consideration for members are the principle of development, the impact on the character and appearance of the area, living conditions, and all the normal other issues of highway safety, etc. So in terms of the aerial image, this is the site itself. It has the previous bungalow, which you'll see in situ there. So to the north, you have the property at 6 Wilkie Road. To the south, you have number 2. Then you have 15 Shakespeare, which is in the area, so the centre of the image that you can see there. So this is as it was. So previous bungalow there. You can see obviously the planting along the front of the property, and then going through the site, so you can see the relationship with the neighbour on the left-hand side as you look at it from Wilkie Road, which is number 6. This is from the rear of the property, so you can see that it's single-story. It was a single-story bungalow, so different articulation in terms of the single-story elements here. Central section set back. Again, you can see the neighbouring property there, which is number 2 Wilkie Road on the left-hand side, and the relationship. And then you can see the property on the right-hand side from the rear, number 6. This is just a view of the rear garden of the property. And then, sorry, this is another view then looking, you've got a single-storey garage there towards the neighbour to the north. A bit more detail there in terms of how that appears, in terms of the windows and where they are. And then you're now at the front of the property, as it was, with regards to the bungalow. And obviously you can see the relationship with the neighbouring property to the south, or on the right-hand side as you look at from Wilkie Road. So that's just another image there. And then this is just a view looking to the north on Wilkie Road, just to show the environment and what we're talking about. So you've got a mix of two-storey properties, bungalows, chalet bungalows, properties, all of which usually have space to the boundary, or certainly there is a sense of spaciousness in the area. And this is just a wider view, again showing those properties. So as mentioned, the bungalow has actually been demolished. So you can see the dotted line here, which indicates where the footprint of that dwelling was. So you can see again those two rear single-storey elements that I outlined and the sort of recessed part. I'm just going to click through these elevations because we've just seen the photos of what it did look like. In terms of the previous floor plan, you can see there it was it had a 3-bedroom bungalow. So these are photos of the site when this was taken following the demolition of the property. So you can see here another image looking towards the gap to where the dwelling previously was. And then within the site, you can obviously see this was obviously with the foundations in, the layout as we will be looking at had been sort of laid out to slab level effectively, and then a bit above. And then you can see here an image with regards to the neighbouring properties to the south of the site. And then this is just a view to the rear as well. and this is just a view to show the front boundary as it is was there. So as I mentioned, that's the location plan. So in terms of the previous approval that's been mentioned, so as mentioned, there was an approval to effectively remodel the bungalow without demolishing it, which is why the previous application that was approved by under delegated authority by officers was to extend the property rather than to demolish it and rebuild it. Obviously what was proposed here was a two-storey property, obviously increase in width above the width of the bungalow, increase obviously in bulk at first floor level. You can see the relationship with the neighbouring properties that we've looked at. So in terms of number 6, there is an increase of the previous approval in terms of the eaves height, but it's similar in eaves height, the previous approval, to the property at number 2. Ridge height is less than the ridge height of number 2, but more than the property at 6 Wilkie Road. And then this is the block plan of the previous approval with Wilkie Road to the bottom of the image, so you've got the neighbouring property, so as we were just looking at it on the street scene. So you can see in terms of the previous proposal and what was approved, you had a distance to the neighbouring property which is actually on the shared boundary of about, I think it's about 4.4 metres in the previous approval. Actually, sorry, I've got 4.2 down here. And then a gap again to the neighbouring boundary, and then with a further gap the other side to number 2 Wilkie Road. But you can see with that previous approval, the building line was coming forward. So whilst the bulk was increasing at the rear, first floor level, with the roof as well, the actual dwelling was bringing forward from where the bungalow sat, which was obviously behind the front building line of the neighbouring properties. So in terms of the proposal now, the proposal has a very similar footprint to the approved extension application. One change that we'll look at is a change in terms of the design to provide a front gable feature, and you can sort of see it on the roof plan here where the valley comes down at this point here to provide a gable feature at the front. So in terms of, again, looking at that block plan, previously, and now this is the proposed block plan. In terms of the relationship, I mentioned here that it's the distance to the neighbouring property on the left-hand side as you look at, which is number 6, is 4.2 metres, and then the distance to the nearest point on the neighbouring property number 2 here is 5.6 metres. This plan does actually show a series of planting proposals as well. I draw members' attention to condition 3 that's proposed by officers for a biodiversity enhancement plan, but also including the measures outlined on the site plan, which is this image that you're looking at now, including the requirement of full soft landscaping details to be provided prior to the occupation of development. That includes low-level planting on the front of the site boundary, the side of the boundary, as well as the provision of 4 trees to the, I suppose, rear, but the rear southern boundary, effectively, when you look at the wider context. So just to give you a bit more detail, so you've got a flat roof section in the middle of the property, and obviously the roof pitching away from both the front, sides and rear. You can see the provision of parking spaces, refuse storage, etc. There are no concerns with regards to the amount of parking provided for the replacement dwelling. So in terms of the design of the property, so you can see there has been a change in the design of the property from what was approved previously. As sort of alluded to in the speeches, there's a more simplistic design in terms of the number of openings provided. You can see, again, the relationship between the neighbouring properties and this property in terms of the ridge height and the eaves height of the properties. As well as the actual design itself. So what you've got is red brick on ground floor, render white render on first floor, with then grey cedral cladding on the gable feature. So this is just a bit more of a closer look at that front elevation, and just going through the elevations. You've got the rear elevation, which we'll look at, essentially come back to in a minute. So we've got these windows here. I'll just draw members' attention to on the left-hand side of the rear elevation, and we'll look at the floor plans in a minute to show what all these first floor windows serve. Then you've got the side elevation, which is facing to the south. It's facing number 2, with this window here, and then the elevation that faces to the north with windows at first floor level. So there is a condition, which is condition 2, which requires that the first floor windows in both of those elevations have to be obscure glazed and fixed shut below a height of 1.73, which I will just check that condition there. So the idea behind it is to ensure there's no overlooking. We'll look at what those rooms serve in a second. So looking back at the block plan, as mentioned, the bulk of the property obviously is now at first floor and to the front in comparison to the bungalow that was present. In terms of the relationship with the previous approval is a material consideration in the determination for members, irrespective of the fact that it wasn't members that made the decision to approve those changes. It was the council's decision to do so, and that application wasn't called before members for consideration. In terms of the distance from the boundaries and relationship with neighbouring properties in regards to sense of enclosure, we have looked at that matter. We do consider the distances between these neighbours to be sufficient. It's absolutely acknowledged that there is an increase in the mass of the building on this site. That is the case. However, there is notable separation from the neighbouring properties in terms of on a visual impact basis, so in terms of overbearing impact. We're also, concerns that have been raised relate to loss of light to garden areas. Obviously you can see, members, from this block plan where this property sits in relation to other properties. North is the top of the image, so you can get an idea of where effectively the sun will travel around that property, but also the distances between it. Noting the point though that members under 20.1 have said about how relationship between a plan and actually seeing it on site. Obviously, we are mindful from our officer perspective of what has been approved before, and obviously we have approved this relationship before, and it hasn't changed in any significant way at all in terms of this current proposal, even though obviously the previous bungalow has actually been demolished. In terms of overlooking, we have, as mentioned, we're looking to condition the side windows. I would say that obviously you've got the rear first floor windows, obviously, in terms of the relationship, and obviously they will be facing down the garden. Mention has been made about the relationship with regards to number 15. Certainly it's acknowledged in terms of the officer perspective that there will be a degree of indirect overlooking, as there will be in most residential areas. There is not direct windows facing the rear of that property, because obviously you can see from this relationship here about where the rear garden is, but there obviously are introducing windows at first floor here. So in terms of the ground floor plan and what those windows will serve, we have the ground floor plan, obviously, which just shows various rooms with regards to a central staircase. In terms of the first floor, what you have on the side closest to the neighbour to the south, at number 2 Wilkie Road, is a set of bedroom windows. So there are bedroom windows on that first floor. That has changed from the previous proposal. There was a bathroom window that was there, as well as more windows along that elevation, so very similar to the design. I will show you that elevation in a second. But you can see, so those windows at the rear on the first floor are serving bedrooms. So just to reiterate some of the points that have been raised, mention has been made about impact on biodiversity. So in the previous application, there was a preliminary ecological assessment that was done as part of the previous proposal, which didn't show there to be any likelihood of protected species on the site. However, there was a condition that was put on the previous application to ensure that certain measures were adhered to during construction with regards to checking whether or not there were any protected species found in foundations, in things like that once the construction did start. There was also a condition which was not complied with, which related to prior to the commencement of development. There had to be some provisions made for the removal of a invasive non-native species which is known as elephant ears. Information has come in to indicate that that was removed, and there is a comment from KCC Biodiversity that says that in their view that should be taken as read. However, the reason why that's got to be taken as read is because it's not actually there's no legal obligation for an applicant or anyone who has that species on their site to have to inform anyone or comply with the regulations to remove them. So it's considered that that element has been sufficiently dealt with, and indeed we're in a residential area, but they are proposing through this application to provide, as I mentioned earlier, a condition 3, which is a biodiversity enhancement plan, and obviously that is a requirement of what KCC Biodiversity have asked for. Just of relevance to members, before anyone asks the question about biodiversity net gain, it's not that this application wouldn't be caught by biodiversity net gain because it's a retrospective application, and that is exempt in terms of how things have come about. Indeed, we are in a situation here where something has already been approved. There has been an issue with enforcement, that's absolutely acknowledged. So this isn't the sort of development that's supposed to be caught by BNG. However, it is always going to be caught by the requirement for enhancements as per our policy, which requires a level of biodiversity enhancement, but it can be obviously less than 10%. So the application is recommended for approval. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I move that the officer's recommendation is adopted. Would the Vice Chair please second?
Seconded.
And do I have any speakers? Councillor Garner.
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to pick up on the last point you made, Ian, that, before anybody asked. Well, I was going to ask, but I didn't quite get the satisfaction, or quite get the answers I want. You mentioned that a retrospective application isn't subject to providing a biodiversity net gain. Is that right? Yeah, before I go on here.
In terms of net gain being a requirement for 10%, it's not required. It doesn't get caught by the statutory provisions in terms of the Environment Act change to the Planning Act, yeah.
But a non-retrospective one, i.e. the previous one, does.
Well, it wouldn't have, because that application came in before the 2nd of April, but it was also a householder application previously. And so that is also exempt. Householders are not required to provide 10%. It's the fact that this is a new dwelling, even though it's a replacement, it's a sort of different tier of application. So it would, if it was a brand new application, it would be required to provide that. So, yeah.
You did mention earlier that there is a biodiversity enhancement plan associated with this application. That's correct, isn't it?
There are measures that have been put forward on the site plan, but there is a requirement and condition 3 to have an enhancement plan come in prior to occupation.
Is that enhancement plan based on what the biodiversity assessment of the site now or before the previous application is done? So I was just, I'm coming around to saying there were, when we looked at the pictures, I probably could have said this to start with. When we looked at the pictures, there was a number of trees, a number of hedges, a number of habitats there that, in fact, a large number of habitats that would have been enhancing the biodiversity of the area, which a lot of wildlife would or wouldn't have been using, which is now more or less all gone. So this enhancement plan that we're putting in place is to enhance what's now left there, to make it a bit better than it is, so less barren than it is, rather than enhance what was already there in the first place.
Yeah, I think this is it's a slightly difficult case because of all of those different caveats about when things are caught by the statutory requirement. I take your point that there's no baseline study, because we're obviously through biodiversity net gain, there would be a requirement for a baseline to be taken. So if a proposal is caught by the requirement, they would be required to provide the baseline study. In this instance, wasn't the case originally, and wasn't the case with regards to this proposal either. And obviously, if it was caught by that, the baseline that they would have had to take would have included this, actually, because it would have had to go back. So you get caught by the idea of degradation. So if someone has ripped stuff out before they actually apply, then they do have to go back to the baseline. But that's not a requirement here. Obviously, looking at that through what obviously KCC have looked at, it is considered that we are going to need a plan, including soft landscaping. It may be, again, because we can't speak to what hasn't been assessed yet, that we will actually expect more than is shown on the site plan, because obviously what you've got is low-level planting, of which obviously you can specify actually to have native species rather than potentially things that have simply just grown on the site that may not be particularly native species. Sorry, I've gone past it. There we go. So it may be that actually there is more planting than is shown on this plan. Ultimately, the policy requirement is that there is an enhancement, and obviously, but we are working without having that baseline. So we are just going to have to get as best as we can get. In terms of whether or not, because of the situation that we've got, whether there is actually a reason for refusal on the basis that, well, they're not going to be able to demonstrate that there is an enhancement. I mean, there is the fact that the property obviously had previously got permission, previously was a residential property, a normal residential property. This isn't a brand new dwelling. It does give cause to the fact that there is the ability to to remove things and do stuff as a normal residential garden. And I do think there's provision within the condition to allow for as much as possible to be provided. I will take the point though that, for example, that front boundary, that's not there anymore. However, obviously, that can be removed without permission, and in this instance, there is no requirement to provide that baseline with this application.
Councillor Alban.
Sorry, I was so engrossed with Councillor Garner's getting there in the end. Apart from what Councillor Garner's just raised, if possible, can you go back to the original photograph which shows the bungalow as it was with the look, yeah, and if it comes back just so I can see the house next door. Yeah, I can't remember what way around. Is that 2 or is that 4?
So that's number 2. So
Yeah.
we're looking from the front, and that's the right-hand side.
And can I have a look at number 4? We've got number 4.
But number 4 is in front of you. It's number 6.
Oh, sorry, number 6. Sorry.
I'll just go.
Yeah,
I suppose that's the only image I've got of the relation.
So, the first thing that I understand that the neighbours are concerned about overlooking. I understand that. I totally understand that. But that house there, number 6 and number 2, overlooked that bungalow. No problem about that. Then I take it to actually be. So, if I just get on to the actual development itself, the bulk of that development and the siting of it is pretty much the same, apart from a few technical changes to the front elevation. So the size and bulk of it are the same as what was approved under the extension. I'm going to use that word, extension. So I can't see a problem with that, because it's the same, basically the same as the other one. Now, because the applicant has probably been a bit of a naughty boy here to knocking the bungalow down without any consent and starting to build without any consent, you've got to take that out of your mind, because we've got to deal with what's there and not what has happened previously. This is the application we're dealing with. Now, in relation to the windows on either side, that saying will affect number 6 and number 2, they are to be obscure, glazed and non-openable. Is that correct? Can I just have that?
So they are to be obscure glazed. What's indicated on the plan is that they're non-openable below the 1.7. I'm cards on the table, I'm looking at the wording of the condition, and that needs to be slightly tightened up. The point is, the plans are conditioned, which would require the obscure glazing of those windows and the non-opening, so they're only the top section. I mean, I'll show you, sorry. Apologies. There. So you can see that it's they're top openers at the top part of the window.
That's as it would be if it was a dormer window or whatever. So, yeah. So I really cannot see, apart from the effects of the demolition of the previous building, that there is a problem with this. I know I've not got to live there, but I've got to make a choice as to whether to go for approval, go for a site visit, or go for a refusal. And I think as it is now, I go along with the officer's report. Thank you.
Councillor Wing.
Thank you. Could I ask to go back to the previously approved application and whether the front wall of the original bungalow, which should have been used as part of the construction, whether that formed the front of the previously approved application? It's very confusing. Basically what I'm asking is, when you look at the original aerial view of the site, those developers were really clever because they sat the two big buildings forward and they put the little bungalow back, which meant they actually maximised the light for all the buildings, because otherwise that little bungalow would have been swamped between two big buildings. But they shifted it back. Now I think if that front wall had been the front wall of this development, then we would have had a situation where the impact on light for everybody would have been reduced. So I just want to see whether on the previously approved application where the front of the new building was going to be.
So it's effectively identical with the proposal as it was in the previous application to what was approved. I mean, this is the previous approved block plan. So you can see that the grey area is the bit which is increasing above the footprint of the bungalow. So as you see, it's moving closer to the road, but obviously is set back from the front elevation of number 6 and number 2 slightly. Obviously, as you say, previously the bungalow was set quite far back. In terms of this proposal, and I'll just go to that one, which is obviously similar, you can see similarly that it's set back from the neighbouring properties either side, but it obviously brings that forward. I mean, in terms of the relationship with the neighbouring properties, obviously we are making our judgment about the impact on light in relation to the distances from the boundaries primarily, as well as obviously how the orientation would work given that east is to the right, so, west and obviously the southern part of the site in terms of where the sun would move around. And indeed, because of where the bungalow sat previously, obviously the footprint of the building is moving closer to the road, and therefore there is obviously bulk above both where the bungalow was and also above where the expanded part of the footprint has gone to the front, which in the vast majority of instances in terms of the neighbouring properties either side is, as you can see from this image here, it's next to the side elevations of those buildings. So there is a lessened impact in the sense of rather than going further to the rear in the site and increasing in height. And obviously that would, potentially have prove a few different issues. But obviously, so, I suppose to reiterate the point that Councillor Orban's made, we are obviously, we are looking in relation to obviously what was previously been approved as well, and obviously the scale of what is effectively a material consideration from the previous approval as well. Thank you.
Carry on, because I want to go on to the... has the entire site been cleared of vegetation? Has everything been cleared?
I can only speak to the photos because I haven't been on site myself. You can see that there's some lower level sort of growth around on the structures either side, and I'm afraid I can't really speak to what's at the very rear of the site in terms of what's there. But I mean, ultimately, the extensively it has been cleared, which. I think there's a degree of clearance that would have automatically occurred with the extension application. I think it's worth knowing. Obviously, the footprint has increased. You're going to have construction on that, but yes, you can see it's mostly been cleared.
Going to Councillor Alban's point about the big properties would have overlooked the little properties, but what screened the little property from the big property was all that boundary of hedging and tree, which was mature. So, and I know we can't take this as a planning consideration, but we've got an applicant who should not have demolished the bungalow and has, decided to start a build which wasn't approved, and has entirely flattened the site, which has probably made the issues of overlooking worse than they would have been, because on that side there were mature trees. You know, it really gets my goat when we've got retrospective planning applications on this scale. I mean, it's not like they originally built it and the provider of the roof tiles had gone bust, so they've got to come back and get a different style of roof tile approved. We can all understand that. But all this situation has arisen because the applicants decided to do what they want to do. So I'm not happy.
Councillor Bayford.
Thank you, Chair. I mean, maybe I've misunderstood, but I thought that Mr Livingstone had acknowledged that the bulk of the proposed development is greater than the previously approved one. Residents are clearly very concerned at the prospect of this development. Would it not be beneficial for us to view the site in order to make a fair judgment? Thank you.
Councillor Matterface.
My question's been already been asked, because I would like to know how much bigger it is. Do we have any actual measurements so you could say it's X% bigger?
Okay, we're getting the rulers out.
I suppose what I would say before I potentially, if I needed to clarify the precise measurement, I think what I would indicate to members is, in terms of the previous approval, of which you can see the relationship with the neighbouring properties is I would say, identical. The issue is the front elevation has slightly changed. So again, this point about the gable, I will need to refer to the officer report as to whether or not it actually identifies that. My understanding is that it is not meaningfully different. It is negligible in any instance in terms of how different it is. In terms of the impact on neighbours and in terms of the impact on the character and appearance of the area, it is not in any... My judgment will be it is not in any way meaningful in order to form a different judgment on those points. It is worth noting, however, that one thing I have just realised, members, that I did not show you is the rear elevation of the previous approval, which obviously shows you how the roof was cut out, but again, you wouldn't be able to see that, but also the window arrangement at the rear. So there are changes that have been made. Obviously, the materials have changed, and the front elevation has altered, and the fenestration arrangement has altered. But the point with regards to the sense of enclosure, the sense of overbearing, we don't consider it to be a difference that is meaningful in order that would justify a different decision to be made.
So basically, it's the same, more or less the same, with some changes to windows, is what you're saying? More or less?
That's our view, that it's not a meaningful difference.
Councillor Alban.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I just want to come back on from Councillor Wing. Councillor Wing's always very actionable in her verbalistics about what she likes and what she doesn't like, which is fine. But I just want to make the point that even if before that bungalow was demolished, if the owner wants to rip out every single piece of hedging, trees, whatever, so long as they're not under a preservation order in a conservation area, they can do so. There's no law that says they can't do that. So I just need to make that, I just want to make that clear, that you can't judge that on this.
I thought that the planning officer had said there were some conditions on the clearing of the site, and that's what I was referring to. That he said that there had been some breach of clearing the site, and that's, we've got several breaches here. Did also say they're not planning considerations, but it doesn't mean to say that as a planning committee we shouldn't actually acknowledge that we don't like retrospective planning applications coming forward on this scale. Well, I personally don't.
Okay, I'm going to move on to the next speaker. We're not going to bat this back and forth continually, but I have Councillor Kay Bright.
Good work, Chair. I'm with Councillor Wing on that. This is really annoying that they've just gone ahead and done with it and to hell with it. However, the one question I've got, and I'm not quite sure if you answered Councillor Matterface on this one, but how much wider is this property than the original bungalow? Because this drawing, I don't know if it's not to scale or something, but when you look at this drawing compared to the photographs, the gaps between the properties look a lot larger in this drawing. It looks slightly misleading to me. I'm not particularly comfortable with it. I don't know if I've got enough reasons to actually vote against the officer approval, but if I do vote for the officer approval, it'll be through gritted teeth.
Okay, just bear with us a minute. We will come back on that.
Taking, I think if I, sorry, my mouse has turned off. I'm going to ignore the sort of the element that pops out there. It's effectively 2 meters wider than the bungalow. I think the issue, though, it's worth noting, a bungalow footprint is often quite large, and obviously the main issue here is the bulk, the fact that you're obviously going up, and it is, you know, it's worth stating that obviously this section in the centre here, this rectangle, is a flat roof section. So you've got obviously the roof coming up above the first floor. So in terms of that bulk, there is an increase in bulk, but again, going back to what obviously has been previously approved, you know, again, it's not discernibly different in our view from that. In terms of the street scene, because I think you're raising the point about, well, what's the relationship with the neighbouring properties, and it looks a bit wider. Ultimately, the street scene, in terms of the measurements to the boundaries, match the block plan. The block plan's obviously a different scale to the street scene. So obviously, in terms of the relationship that's shown here, it shows the distances to the boundary accurately. Obviously, it's for members to determine from the street scene, looking at the photos, that they consider that relationship to be acceptable. However, that has to be in the context of the previous approval and what has already been granted.
Councillor Bright.
In which case, I don't think I can vote against the officer approval. But
Okay, so Councillor Boyd.
Thank you, Chair. I'm a little bit confused because at the last planning training, Mr. Livingston told us that retrospective applications aren't against the law, and yet everyone in this room seems to have demonised the retrospectiveness of this.
So just to confirm that point, there should be no penalty, no impact at all from a retrospective application in terms of the consideration of that application by the local planning authority. Provisions are made. I think, obviously, I understand the views, and I don't want to reopen this debate, but just to make that point, that is how to consider application.
Councillor Wing.
I'll go on to a different subject. So the footprint of this building, of the retrospective planning application, and I did say it shouldn't be said, and I think demonise is a bit of a strong term to use, thank you very much. The footprint of this retrospective planning application and the approved one is exactly the same, is it not?
In terms of assessment, yeah, we consider it to be.
Okay, I think I have no more speakers, in which case we will now put the motion for the officer's recommendation for approval to the vote. Those in favour? And those against? And any abstentions? Thank you. So that is carried. Thank you. I'll just take a moment while I see people leaving. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you. Moving on to the next item, agenda item 5F, which is 33 High Street and 49 Belvedere Road Broadstairs. Public speaking in favour of the application, Mr. Castle. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Like most people who served in the Army of the 80s, my knees aren't marvellous. As a result, number 33 has been designed for the future with a disabled lift and shower, solar panels, air source heat pump, backup batteries, and lastly a car charger ready to replace my diesel wheelchair access vehicle with an electric one. Before tonight's meeting, to help understand our reasoning for approval, I emailed explaining the single substantive point of disagreement, providing photos and details of a similar upheld appeal to compare. Hopefully you read and looked at the pictures. The key questions to ask yourself are, do I like the style? If I don't, is this a valid reason for planning refusal? Will the property be too high? We need the extra floor so the lift can serve the top floor of number 49, my current home, which was extended up with planning permission recently. If we propose one less floor, would the new build appear too low? We argue it would, and the solar panels would have to go too. Is the proposal too wide? We would need the lift in the middle, hence its width, but you can see it's narrower than Iceland or Belvedere Place, and issues are similar to Rain's upheld appeal. What do chartered town planners not employed by TDC say about our plans? At appeal, who would the planning inspector agree with? Think of Rain's appeal and the result there. Finally, what are the costs to the council taxpayer and applicant of incorrect refusal? The public comments all support us. The first was from a principal planning officer with 30 years at London Borough and 20 years in private practice. He recently retired in Broadstairs. Having commented publicly, he also emailed me privately to say, I supported your proposal because I could not see sufficient planning reasons to justify a refusal. He and the other 2 chartered planners we spoke to all said, on balance, it represents a considerable improvement and provides much needed disabled residential accommodation. Moving to TDC's target for housing, this is 75% of its needs, but only 67% to 71% has been achieved, as stated publicly tonight in DO8 and A01 respectively. NPPF paragraph 11 means that if a council is unable to A, demonstrate a 5-year supply of housing land, or B, failed the requirement to deliver 75% of the housing that it needs, then any alleged or perceived harm must significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits to refuse permission. Our application positively outweighs any harm as it contributes towards the delivery of housing, makes effective use of previously developed land in a highly sustainable location in an inclusive and eco-friendly manner, and, as we did with number 49, significantly enhances the visual appearance of an existing site which detracts from the amenity of the local area. Lastly, TDC officers wrote saying no pre-planning advice was sought. As mentioned earlier, we paid for independent advice while advice was previously received by Urban Surveying from TDC in Jill Richardson's letter of 24th of February 2022.
Can you start to wind up, please?
Jill's and both conservation officers' comments were taken into account, including their fixation on the roof with our new plans, where we believed appropriate. They might not like the result, but we argue it meets NPPF Parallel 11 and refusal would breach the stated rule.
Thank you. The Planning Applications Manager will now outline the report.
Thank you, Chair. The application site is outlined in red. The proposal is for the erection of a 4-storey building to accommodate 1 retail unit on the ground floor and 1 2-bedroom self-contained flat on the 1st and 2nd floor with living space on the 3rd floor of the development in association with number 49 Belvedere Road with a roof terrace, together with, as mentioned, EV charging point, bin, stairwell, bike store in the centre of the building. So the application site, as I mentioned, is outlined in red. The main issues for members to consider: the principal development, impact on character and appearance of the area, impact on living conditions, and any highway implications. So the site is just off the High Street in Broadstairs. It's an edge of centre site, so it is considered that the proposed retail unit would be in accordance with policy, both local policy and national policy, in terms of the principle of that development. This is a view, well, The right-hand side is to the north, so the image is to match the site plan, so you can see High Street, Belvedere Road. We are on the corner, so this is an isometric view taken from Google sort of Google Earth images. You can see the cat slide roof on the property that we'll look at, which is number 33. You've then got the context of the previous building as it looked at number 49A. And then you can see here a bit more context about the 3-storey buildings that are down in Belvedere Place that's already been mentioned, further down Belvedere Road. So this is the property in question that's going to be sort of built adjacent to, sort of extended, but also you've got the property at the rear which is also to be extended, so to sort of fill in the gap between the property here and the property at the back there. Most members in Broadstairs, I'm sure, will be very familiar with this property. Just to give you a bit more of a slightly lightened image there, you can see those 3-storey buildings that I mentioned further down Belvedere Road. And again, the fact that obviously that property was redesigned with a roof terrace that was approved and has now been constructed. So this is just a view showing side on, looking down Belvedere Road. We'll see an elevation showing the relationship between the proposal and this elevation later on. And then this is a view from the front, so you can see that again, that rear cat slide roof. You can see the scale of the 4-storey building that's next door, and obviously the gap here. So you've got a gap, and then you've got a site which has actually got a single-storey building on it, and we will look at a previously approved proposal for a dwelling that was just on that site with a gap to the 4-storey building next door. And then this is a view further back, so you can see again the context of the 3-storey buildings, the 4-storey building here, and then you can just about in the image see the angled roof of number 33 High Street. And then this is just a little closer in view, so you can see that sort of triangle of the rear elevation of number 33 High Street. So this is a front elevation view showing obviously the gap between the two properties. So this is an image showing the approved dwelling that was approved previously. So you can see it attached to the cat slide roof. There was also approval for a dormer window. That obviously hasn't been constructed. You had a retail unit with a traditional shop front design. The front there, you did have a roof terrace as well, and then you had a gap to, as it was, the 3-storey property. And obviously this doesn't show the previous extension that obviously has been approved and has now been constructed. So it's just an image that is just showing what has been approved on part of the site, but there was obviously a gap between the building, number 49 Belvedere Road, and the approval. So this is the site plan. So again, just to reiterate that point, so this is the previously approved dwelling, hence that gap, and then number 49, but it did attach and go higher than the roof of the property at number 33. So this is then the site plan of what's now proposed. So you've got, obviously, the red line goes around number 49. There are changes to number 49 internally to link to the new sort of linked building, as well as the mentioning has been made to the PV panels as well. That's obviously included on both 49 and the new building. The new building is effectively the link that wraps around actually here. This is showing the actual sort of third floor element in grey, but the actual building extends further forward. So this is the front elevation fronting Belvedere Road of the proposal. So you can see on the right-hand side, you can see that long sort of cat slide roof design. You can see the building as it is now, number 49 on the left-hand side. So what is proposed is that the design established through that building is then extended through the extension of the building to fill in that gap and to connect those two buildings. You can see that obviously it includes taking the eaves level and the parapet level of the of that roof, with obviously then the roof terrace. This front elevation here in the centre of what's being proposed comes forward from the main body of number 49, but is at the same level as the bay element that you can see in the centre here. So you'll see that on the site plan in a second and in the floor plans. And you can see also that there are changes in terms of where the roof extension come, and you can obviously see that to some extent from here as well. So you can see that if we're looking at where the roof extension number 49 is here, you can see that obviously the roof extension at third floor level comes further forward and closer to Belvedere Road in this area here. So this is the side elevation as existing. So this is the property here that is currently in situ at number 49. So you see again that bay window, the side of that bay window is this element here that I'm showing with the mouse. Then the main body is slightly set back from that, and then it's set back further for the third floor. And then what's occurring here then is the new building that will link those two buildings. The front elevation, the main front elevation will come further forward, but no further forward than the bay, but further forward than the body of that building, number 49. Similarly with the roof extension there. There are also some windows that have been put on the side elevation there as well. So this is the side elevation going the other way. So you can see again the existing and then the proposed, so you can see again where things are coming forward, and you can see they've shown here the outline of the existing of number 49, so you can see where it's protruding forward here. And then this is the elevation which is facing south. No, it's facing to the east, but it's the rear. You can see the rear elevation of number 49 Belvedere Road, and then you can see so the connection there. So you can see the height is not going higher than number 49 as it is. It's obviously extending those levels all the way across. So in terms of the floor plans, so at the moment in this central area, this area here, you've got what was the blocked up store, the single story element here. You've then got the gap to number 49, so this is number 49. And then this is number 33, which is the shop on the corner. So what's being proposed is actually to keep it open, but with gates at the front there. In the middle, you've then got the actual shop that's being proposed at the front there, which obviously has the more contemporary shop front that's proposed. I will just quickly take you back to the front elevation just to kind of give you some context to that, members. So again, just to look at the ground floor here, you've got the existing shop front on number 49 from the remodelling. You've then got a wider new shop front which is matching that design. You've then got the area which is the gates, with then the open area which is where you get into the bin store, which we'll talk about in a bit, and then you've got obviously the main property which is above that. So in terms of one of the points that's put forward in the report are some concerns about information to do with bin store. You have got commercial bin store at the back here serving some of the shops. You've got residential bin stores as well in that area, and then next to the actual gates into the site you've actually got some bin areas which are in tandem for the commercial shop bins, one bin for a residential bin and one bin for a shop bin. So there is a reason for refusal that's been put forward, which is it's an insufficient information that's been provided to sort of resolve the query about how the bin store arrangement is actually going to work, given we don't know which bin from the commercial relates to which shop unit, because you've got a shop unit here, you've also got a shop unit here, which residential bin relates to which residential property, because you've got the unit number 49 and also then the unit that's being created through this application. So there is a more technical reason for refusal added on, which ultimately could be overcome with more information. So it's not, I wouldn't say, a primary reason for refusal. Then you've got the first floor at the moment. This is the existing, so you can see the layout of the property on 49 Belvedere Road on the left-hand side, and then the first floor of number 33, and then the roof of the single-storey store. What's being proposed then is to basically fill that gap in. You have a new two-bed unit that's set over those two floors. Previous proposal obviously provided an additional dwelling, so there's no additional dwelling being added over and above what has already been approved on the site, but the arrangement is clearly changing. The unit is getting larger, and is set over 2 floors. There are doors on each level that have been proposed in this central core staircase, as well as with the lift that's been mentioned by the applicant. There are doors on each level into each floor of each unit. So you've got new door into the kitchen of the first floor here, and a door into the flat. You've then got this is the existing second floor, so you can see that the arrangement number 49 here has a bedroom and another bedroom, and then you're adding another door into the bedroom there. You've also then got a door that goes into the lounge area of the unit that's set over 2 floors, which actually also can be accessed via the internal staircase as well. So again, to the point that's been raised about accessibility in the future, obviously that does allow for doors to be available from that central new lift as well. And then in terms of the roof level, so we're looking at the 3rd floor on that roof terrace. This is the existing. You can see where that area is now. And then you can see, so you're coming forward there slightly, and then you're linking the two. So the design is sort of flowing through from the neighbouring property at number 49 into the new design of this extension. And then the very roof level just showing, the PV panels proposed. We've already talked about the bin store. There is also a proposal for an EV charging arm. There's no on-street parking here. There's no on-site parking here. There's no requirement for it. We are edge of centre. They are proposing a new EV charging arm. This is something that has been approved in other areas where you would have something that actually goes over the highway. There is issues with, obviously, the highways will need to have their own agreement, but this is not a problem from our perspective. It's something that we have seen and approved before. But just to give you the context, obviously, because it has been mentioned. So in terms of the concerns of officers, it's acknowledged that previously there's been the approval to allow for a new dwelling on the site, a new retail unit on the site. In terms of the actual shop front itself that was proposed, but we do have concerns about the design. Mainly it's on the basis that the separation that did occur from the previous proposal, because you had that separation between 49 and then the proposal at the rear of number 33 High Street. We do consider that this is a rather dominant development in the sense of taking what is quite a tall building at number 49 and obviously then going further and closer to the High Street, where obviously the relationship is then with what is a 2-storey building. And that this would exacerbate the bulk by virtue of the full height being taken all the way through to number 33. In terms of the design of the shop front that's proposed, we do consider that is, in our view, a rather retrograde step in comparison to obviously what was previously being approved to provide the shop front in the design that's been put forward. Ultimately, the position that's been obviously taken in terms of the balance, it is absolutely relevant that members do consider the tests of the MPPF in terms of whether or not there is demonstrable harm created to the character and appearance of the area by virtue of the proposal when weighed against the benefits of the scheme. It is our view that those benefits, whilst apparent, are not significant or substantial, given in part the previous approval that's been put forward. However, it's acknowledged obviously this proposal would create a more accessible and adaptable dwelling than previously, as well as obviously providing the PV and the EV charging points, as well as the retail unit. But we do consider that the design would appear overbearing and dominant in that area, and therefore the recommendation on that basis, as well as the inclusion of the technical reasons with regards to bin storage and also Sam's contribution, which you'll note from the report, is that we are proposing refusal. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I move that the officer's recommendation is adopted. Would the Vice Chair please second?
Seconded.
First speaking, I have Councillor Bayford.
Thank you, Chair. This is next to my ward. I see it often. I have to say, currently, the gap is very, very unsightly. Personally, I feel this can only enhance the area. I understand the issue relating to the bins, but I feel this is not insurmountable. Personally, I would like to support the application. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kay Bright.
Thank you, Chair. This is in my ward. And I would echo Councillor Bayford's point that she made. I agree. I think it's I actually think it's a bit of an eyesore, that area of Broadstairs. If you look towards the beach, you've got the block that Iceland and Prentice is on, and that is a pretty grim 1960s block above the frontage. I actually don't think that the change in shop front does demonstrable harm to the area. I do note the concerns around the bins, but I mean that I would have thought could we potentially delegate for approval, because frankly I support this. I think that if we can tidy up the bin situation to the planning department's kind of satisfaction, I think this should be approved. It's an improvement on the street scene.
Councillor Keane.
Can you go back to the photos of that street scene, please?
Just to confirm, sorry, do you want to see the High Street or Belvedere Road?
Well, both of them,
okay.
yeah.
So then Belvedere Road, that's how the site appears immediately, I suppose slightly to an angle, but immediately in front, and then the further view.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Yes, I just wanted to check that. Basically, I'd agree with what others have said, that with the decision deferred and delegated to sort out the bins, I can't see a problem with it.
Councillor Garner.
Well, without wishing to take up loads more time and say exactly the same thing again, I agree with my colleagues. This is a good improvement. I really like number 49, and if that's going to be extended further up towards the High Street, I see that as a positive. And even the conservation officer although the conservation officer has remained neutral, hasn't objected to this. So I think we should approve it. Thank you.
Councillor Makinson.
Sorry, my voice is going. I really like the design. The only bit I object to are those curious parallelogram windows that are on the sides, but I'm sure they could be lost. But I would support this. Sorry, I'm going to have to not say any more.
I thought those parallelogram windows were the redeeming factor. It just goes to show what we all think slightly differently. Hang on a sec. Councillor Matterface.
It's a brownfield site. I know there was a plan approved. It's just a garage at the store, and I think this is a vast improvement. I mean, Belvedere Road is a mixture. You've got the slightly Art Deco number 49 with that bit on the top, which I think is lovely, and then you've got Belvedere Place, which is that very quirky boutique hotel, and then you've got another three-storey one. Then you go down to more traditional cottages. No, I can't see a particular problem, so I'm happy to vote against the officer's recommendation.
Councillor J. Bright.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to express my kind of approval as well for this application. This did come to Broadstairs Town Council, so I have seen it before. I do support it. It's a really good use of that space. I like the design, and I really appreciate the fact that they haven't touched the cat slide roof, because I actually like that view from the High Street. So, yeah, for me, it's an improvement. Thank you.
In that case, we will now put the motion for the officer's recommendation for refusal to the vote. Those in favour of refusal, please indicate. And those against. That is lost. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. In terms of a new motion, I would put forward, given the views expressed by members, that it would be, given the particular points with regards to the reasons for refusal put forward, that the flip of that would be that members defer and delegate the application for approval, subject to the receipt of a satisfactory legal agreement securing the SAM's obligation within 6 months, and safeguarding conditions to include details of the bin storage prior to occupation, as they consider that the impact on the character and appearance of the area from the proposal will be acceptable, and that bin storage can be made sufficient in accordance with the Thanet local plan.
Would someone like to propose that? Councillor Bayford, seconded by Councillor Matterface. And all those in favour? Any against? And no abstentions. Thank you. That is carried. We are approximately halfway.
Can we have a quick?
Yeah, just about. We're approximately halfway through our agenda for tonight. So as it is now 10 to 9, we will take a short adjournment. The average works out at about 7 or 8 minutes, so I'm going to say maximum of 10. Okay, we are all back in the room, so if I can get councillors to return to their seats, please. Councillor Bright included. Thank you. Okay, so the next agenda item, item 5G, 30 North Fallen Road Broadstairs. Public speaking in favour of the application, Mr. Michael. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. My client owns and lives in the Dutch House, which is part of the application site. This early 20th century house can never be super energy efficient, so the desire is to build a carbon neutral house on the spacious and underutilised land to the side. We would highlight that this is a self-build project and will be the applicant's home. This is not a commercial venture. Consequently, he has demonstrated full respect and consideration throughout. Northforeland displays a full array of individually designed properties with buildings spanning the last 100 years. Many of them are built on or within 1 metre of the boundary. In this case, we have looked to greatly improve this separation. The proposed house is 2.5 and 2.8 metres from its side boundaries and much further to either house. My client has been robust in his desire for this level of separation, as he intends on living there. He wants to respect the donor Dutch house and his neighbours. In context to other more recent neighbouring properties, this is the complete opposite of overdevelopment. The applicant has gone to great effort and cost to design a property that will complement the area character, putting great trust in the pre-application process, and designed it to have the highest thermal standards with high quality planting and enhancements. Absolute consideration to his neighbour has been offered both at the pre-app stage and throughout, working closely with Councillor Munns in an attempt to find compromise and agreement. My client has followed all due process, which started with a comprehensively designed pre-application back in February. He has agreed all amendments from the Planning and Highways teams, making all adjustments to the plans that he has been asked for. In addition, we asked both Councillor Munns and the case officer, can we further reduce or change anything to make the application as easy as possible? Nothing was requested nor asked for. Councillor Munns advised this wasn't necessary as he felt the design to be of high calibre and merit, but nonetheless welcomed the effort from my client, who put forward a number of adjustments and concessions in the hope of finding some reasonable ground with his neighbour. Regrettably, these were refused by the neighbour, hence we are here this evening. My client has been respectful and reasonable throughout a process which is coming up for nearly a year, and feels that with 3 successive reports recommending approval and full support of Kent Highways, that the level of scrutiny applied is much more than adequate. Despite many challenges which emanate from one source, which have been based upon a high degree of repeated misinformation and that have been proved to be unfounded by the publication of this 3rd report for approval, a strong, consistent and full recommendation for approval has been maintained by the planning team throughout, who we thank for their professional work. To quote from the words in the 2nd and 3rd reports, the proposed dwelling is acceptable in all regards. Thank you.
Thank you. And speaking against the application, I have Mr. Smith. 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. I live in the adjacent property, 28 North Fallen Road, with my wife and 3 small children. I'm here to explain the significant concerns with this proposal. The proposed development is being squeezed into a side garden and goes against the more open and spacious layout and separation of existing dwellings along North Fallen Road. The development will have a dominant visual impact due to its height and flat-roofed block design, which is not in keeping with the traditional design of the surrounding properties. This is contrary to policy QD02, which requires new buildings to respect and enhance the character of an area, paying particular attention to scale, massing and rhythm. The character of North Fallen Road, where this development will have street presence, is clearly different to the varied style of homes within the North Fallen estate, and should be considered in this context. Another adjacent property, Chalk, was initially refused permission due to detrimental impact on the North Fallen Road street scene. Permission was only granted once a heritage impact assessment confirmed it would not be visible from the road due to it being only a single-storey dwelling. Given the proposed development is 4 storeys in height, it will clearly be visible from the road and will have a negative impact on the existing streetscape. Policy QDO2 notes that residential development on garden land will be permitted where not judged harmful to character and residential amenity. This proposal is contrary to that policy. Broadstairs and St Peter's Town Council advised to refuse the application, stating that it goes against the neighbourhood plan policies BSP 7 and BSP 9. The Broadstairs Society have also raised objections due to the negative impact on the heritage asset area and have requested that a conservation officer should survey the proposed site. Trinity House, who own the Grade 2 listed North Fallen Lighthouse, also objected, stating that the application site is within the setting of a listed building. Therefore, a heritage impact assessment should be undertaken. They also requested an investigation into the impact of the development on the navigational light, highlighting that the consequences of obscuring a navigational light can be an offence under the Merchant Shipping Act 1995. The NPPF framework under paragraphs 200 onwards requires an assessment of the effect of proposals on the settings of listed buildings. Why have these requests been ignored? A petition objecting to the development has been signed by 57 residents, many of whom live in the immediate vicinity. Finally, the proposed property would be built only 2.5 metres from the side wall of our home and will extend over 4 metres beyond the rear line of our property. The second floor rear balcony is close to 8 metres above ground level. In addition to being extremely overbearing, a balcony at this level will have clear views into our private garden. The proposed privacy screen will be of no use at this height. Given the extremely close proximity, it will result in severe loss of privacy through overlooking and cause significant harm to our living conditions, contrary to policy QD03. Considering the adverse effects this development will have on the North Fallen Road streetscape, the lighthouse setting and neighbours' privacy, this clearly outweighs any benefits to the local community, and therefore we urge you to refuse this application. Thank you.
Thank you. The Principal Planning Officer will now outline the report.
Thank you, Chair. So this is the application site outlined in red. As has been mentioned, it's the curtilage of number 30, which would be the donor property, which is also known as the Dutch House. The neighbour who's just spoken lives in this property here at number 28, and the property that's been referred to is Chalk here, which is a single-storey dwelling of a more modern design. So this is the application site in this location here. This is Chalk, and this is the neighbouring property here. So in this image here, we can see the application site in this location. This is the Grade 2 listed lighthouse that's been referred to. And looking more closely at a zoomed in image, so this is Chalk here, the more modern property. This is the Dutch House number 30. This is the application site here, where you can see the garage building in situ, and that's number 28. So this North Fallen Road running across at the bottom of the screen and North Fallen Avenue at the top here. So just some photographs to look at. So this is North Fallen Road, and you can see the Dutch House number 30 here in this location here. Again, a closer view, so this is the number 30, and you can see the side elevation or the frontage of number 28 in that location here. And this is looking at the gap between the two properties, so essentially the application site would be behind this fence. So it, as has been identified, it is the side garden of number 30. And this is a view further along, so we're now looking at number 28. And this is looking back the other way down North Fallen Road. So just some photographs within the site now. So this is the flank elevation of number 30. This is the application site itself, and you can see behind the roofs of some of the properties in North Fallen Avenue, and they are at a lower level to the application site, and hence the reason we can see the roofs. This is the garage that we saw from the frontage of the site, and that is within number 30 and its curtilage, and behind that is the flank wall of number 28. And so this is another view of that garage and its relationship with number 28, so it is quite close to the boundary of the site. And this is a view from the window of number 30, an upper floor window, so you can see the garage, which is within the curtilage, number 28 behind, and you can see to the left of the screen some views of the gardens. And this is excuse me, a view of the building you see here is the garage building within number 30, and behind the hedge is the garden of number 28, and that's the flank wall of number 28. So this is the application, the site as it exists now. So you've the Dutch house situated in this location here, the garden land to the side here, and more garden that drops down at a lower level to the rear of the site. And this is the garage building that we've seen in the photographs. So apologies, the image has now flipped around, so Northumberland Avenue is now looking at, on the left-hand side of the image, but this is the proposed plan. So the Dutch house would be here and retaining a garden area, and this would be the proposed dwelling. So the application site has a frontage of 13.4 metres and a depth of 44.5 metres, and the dwelling itself would have be 9 metres wide with a depth of 15 metres. So each dwelling, as you can see, would have off-street parking and its own garden area, and there's no objection raised by KCC in terms of manoeuvring on and off the site, and it would have each dwelling would have off-street parking, and that's just a sort of zoomed-in version view of that, so you can see they can manoeuvre in and out and access Northumberland Road in forward gear. So there would be some alterations to the existing flank wall of number 30, and as shown here, there will be some windows that are removed and turned to wall. There is a removal of French doors that will be changed to windows, and there are privacy screens that will be added to lessen the impact on the future residents of that property if the occupiers move to the new dwelling as proposed, if it was to be approved. So this is the existing street scene as it stands. So we saw the photographs looking from Northumberland Road. The top image is probably the easier image to look at because that shows it without the boundary treatments. So this is the number 30, so the donor property, and this is number 28. This is the actual proposed dwelling in situ. So when viewed from the front, it would be 3 stories in height, but when viewed from the rear, it's actually 4 stories because of the change in land levels. As has been mentioned, it is a flat roof development, and it is considered to add some interest to the street scene in Northumberland Road, and there is considered to be a variety of property styles along that area of Northumberland Road, albeit it's not considered to be as varied as other parts of the Northumberland estate. So there is a distance of some 4.4 metres between the proposed dwelling and the flank wall of number 30, so this distance here, and there is a distance of between 2.5 metres and 4.2 metres between the flank wall of the proposed dwelling and number 28. And it would be set back from Northumberland Road by 8.8 metres, and whilst the dwelling itself has an overall height of 8.5 metres, when viewed from the front this would be 8 metres in height, and as you can see this third floor element as seen from the road is set back, so it is not the whole width of the property, so it is considered to be acceptable. So again, we're now looking at the rear of it, of the properties. So the Dutch house number 30 is now on the right hand side, and you can see the gap between the properties. And this is the proposed rear elevation, and here you can appreciate the 4 stories that would be seen from the rear, but bearing in mind the changes in levels. This is the flank elevation of the proposed dwelling facing onto number 28. You will note there are some high-level windows, there are obscure glazed windows here, and there are also privacy screens to wrap around the terraced balcony area to the rear in this location here to minimise the impact on the adjoining neighbours and their residential amenities. This is the other side elevation. Again, it does include privacy screens and high-level windows, again, to minimise the impact from the proposed dwelling onto the residential amenities of the adjoining neighbour. So we're going to look at some floor plans now. So this is the lower ground floor plan. So it does include the dining area and kitchen area and a sort of gymnasium area to the rear here. On the ground floor, we have more living accommodation and a garage. Moving up to the first floor, we have the bedrooms and bathroom and a laundry and storage area. And the 4th floor is essentially the 4th large bedrooms, and it has the terraced area here. And you can see on the elevations the privacy screens and annotated there. Excuse me. So there is no objection in principle to having a dwelling on the site because it is within the built-up confines of Broadstairs. And it is considered that the proposed dwelling would not have an adverse impact on the character and appearance of the area. It is within an area of high townscape high townscape value as identified in the Broadstairs and St Peter's neighbourhood plan, but it is not within a conservation area, so we haven't sought the advice of the conservation officer. In terms of the impact on the Grade 2 listed lighthouse, it is considered to be no different to the impact of the dwellings that sit along that side of North Foreland Road. It would fit within that, and it is not considered there would be an impact on light getting down to where it needs to go just by a new dwelling there, no different from and because there would be gaps, and it's no different to the sort of pattern of development that sits on that side of it. There, as has been mentioned, highways raised no objections to it. There is no ecology requirement under the biodiversity net gain because the property is a self-build development, so it's not a requirement to have the 10%, but there will be some enhancements made within landscaping and planting on the site. There is a requirement for the completion of the to secure the SAM contribution in the normal way for a new dwelling. So the recommendation is to defer to officers to secure the SAM contribution via a legal agreement or undertaking, and with the safeguarding conditions set out in the report to approve once that has been secured. Thank you.
Thank you. I move that the officer's recommendation is adopted. Would the Vice Chair please second?
Seconded.
And do I have any speakers, please? Councillor Makinson.
It's not my favourite design ever, but I see nothing wrong with it. Excuse me, I won't say any more.
Councillor Bayford.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I mean, I understand why neighbours don't like change, but frankly, I can't see we have any planning reasons to refuse this application. So I feel I have to support it. Thank you.
Councillor Boyd, did I see you? No? Okay, I wasn't sure. I saw a twitch, but I wasn't sure if it was a hand twitch or not. Thank you. Councillor Wing.
I mean, I can't see any issues with it, but that one of the speakers did actually say there were some issues to do with may it interfere with the navigational light on the North Foreland Lighthouse, and I just wondered whether we'd actually pursued that. It is higher because I cycle past there and drive past there, but so I'm not quite sure how it would interfere with the navigational light, but it would be worth checking because we don't want ships floundering.
Thanks. I mean, we received a comment from Trinity House on behalf of as the General Lighthouse Authority, and they operate the lighthouse. What they've said is that they were internally consulting their navigation department about and would revert if they had concerns, but they've said that may take some time. We haven't heard anything from them. That was the beginning of November. The point that, as Annabelle's already raised, you know, there's development either side. It's a slightly obscured angle. In terms of planning consideration, we have considered that fact. Is there going to be an impact on navigation? I mean, the comment that's made refers to the fact of the consequences of obscuring a navigation light can be serious and can also be an offence under the Merchant Shipping Act of 1995. Well, if there is an offence that's committed under that Act, it's not for us to enforce it, and indeed the provisions, I assume, of that Act, and I think it's reasonable to assume that Act has those enforcement provisions, because they've raised those enforcement provisions, would indeed be a matter for the applicant. But, you know, I think from the purposes of the planning decision, we have considered the point, but don't consider that there is a reason to refuse the application, taking those points into account.
Councillor Kay Bright.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not sure about this one because it's the only property, as far as I can tell, that is a flat roof along the whole road. And we do have a neighbourhood plan. It is in an area of high, what did you call it, high townscape value. It's a really characterful street, that, and it's all arts and craftsy. Yes, there's some differences in there's kind of a modern approach to render, but I'm not particularly comfortable with saying yes, we'll always have a flat roof property in that spot for the rest of the lifetime of that house. So I'm not particularly in agreement with the officer's report, just purely from a design and the fact that we've got a neighbourhood plan context.
Councillor Matterface.
Isn't chalk a flat roof? Is it flat roof?
Yes, it is. It's
yeah, and I mean, looking at the, looking at the photograph, the ones on Northforeland Avenue, there's one there with a flat roof. So I mean, the whole area is part of your neighbourhood plan, isn't it?
Yeah, Councillor Bright.
That's a private estate, though, so I'm thinking purely from the aesthetic of walking up Northforeland. And if I've missed one, then apologies. But to my mind, that it's a very consistent. The houses themselves on that street are very consistent in their shape and form, and then all of a sudden you've got a wonky one. But I mean,
there are bungalows, though. A bit further down, there are bungalows. The lower numbers are bungalows. So.
Councillor Bayford.
Thank you, Chair. I would disagree. I think there's a huge variety of styles. I think it's a very attractive road, and I think that the differences enhance that. Thank you.
Any other comments? No. In that case, I will now put the motion for the officer's recommendation for defer and delegate to the vote. Those in favour? And those against? And abstentions. Thank you. In which case that is carried. Thank you. Moving on to the next agenda item, which is DO8, 2 Lindenthorpe Road, Broadstairs. Public speaking first in favour of the application, Mr. Hume. You have 3 minutes. I tell you what, actually, do you want to just pause a moment? We've got a couple of people just wandering out, so just, okay, lovely. When you're ready then, thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. The housing scheme for 5 detached houses has a long planning history. Prior to the involvement of my practice, the baseline ecology and tree values were not fully understood by either party, and there was uncertainty about the level of development that was appropriate. Following a recent appeal decision, these issues were clarified when an independent inspector agreed with the number of dwellings and other issues including tree root protection areas, highway movements, ecological impacts, and the siting and design of the houses and their impact on the character of the area. However, the appeal was not actually allowed because of a single issue of concern to the inspector, which revolved around the loss of a small group of trees close to the road frontage, which, although not individually of quality specimens, as a group had some amenity value, and which has been addressed by this revised proposal. So following the appeal decision, my practice commissioned a tree expert to ensure the identified group of trees could be retained and their root areas safeguarded. It was possible to reposition the dwellings that were originally proposed by sliding them back into the site, and that's possible in this case because there's a depth to the site of 45 metres. Because of the clear guidance provided by the previous appeal inspector in the adjustments to the layout, which have safeguarded the group of trees in question, there is now consensus between officers and the applicant. The supporting reports on ecology, trees, transport are also agreed with the relevant stakeholders and consultees. With regard to biodiversity net gain, the proposal includes a large area of communal landscaped area where new planting and improved management is proposed. The methodology for calculating the BNG increase, which is 14%, has been agreed with KCC Ecological Services, and I can confirm for the avoidance of doubt that none of the trees used in the calculation of BNG fall within any residential gardens, so they're safeguarded in perpetuity. Finally, on occasions that subconsultants and myself have visited the site, local residents have often offered verbal support for the development to proceed in some manner and tidy up the site. The fact that this application, which is surrounded by lots of residential properties in the Broadstairs urban area, has 7 letters of support and 2 letters of representation against, is unusual from my planning experience and further supports the scheme, in my view. So for these reasons, members are respectfully requested to support the officer's recommendation for approval, subject to the legal agreement. Thank you.
Thank you. I have another speaker, Mr. Mackenzie. Miss Mackenzie, thank you very much. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair and committee members. I speak as the voluntary tree warden working closely with Broadstairs and St Peter's Town Council on planning issues involving trees. Firstly, I would like to remind you that this area is covered by a woodland TPO, one of the only ones left in Thanet. Development at 2 Lindenthorpe Road is clearly needed, but the last application was lost on appeal, and the latest has hardly changed apart from the biodiversity net gain metric. I refer to the appeal decision in which the inspector said the modest housing gain was not a justification for building here, and the proposal would harm the character and appearance of the area at paragraph 29. This has not changed. The inspector said the extent of the enhancement would be modest given the scale of the development and could only carry modest weight in its favour, paragraph 27. This has not changed. And also, the proposal does not benefit from the presumption in favour of sustainable development under paragraph 11 of the framework. See paragraph 31. Again, no change. The tree survey even references Councillor Pressland as the tree officer. They have voluntarily provided the BNG report, but I draw your attention to the following. BNG states you must maintain the habitats or enhance them for a minimum of 30 years, not wait 15 years for only 10% to be achieved. The inspector agreed that the amenity of this woodland to the area, and it clearly has heritage significance to Broadstairs as the last piece of the Banks estate. The plan is to remove T1 Copper Beech, the largest and possibly the oldest tree on the site. The inspector noted the loss of this tree would need to be mitigated for, but I would contend that mature trees just cannot be replaced. BNG takes no account of carbon capture, sequestration and the cooling effect for surrounding areas, nor the benefits for human health and biodiversity. It does not examine ground cover nor invertebrates like butcher's broom, which is present, and ancient woodland indicator species, and bats feed here. BNG ignores the importance of soil structure and microscopic life, which is the basis of our food chain. In paragraph 8, the inspector said, I find there are justified arboricultural reasons for removing these trees. However, he did not agree to their removal, as he also stated he is not an arborist and TDC did not dispute the findings of the tree survey, so he could not make any other judgment. I refer you to paragraph 8.10 of the latest tree report, which states, I cannot entirely agree with the inspector's opinion that the trees have a high amenity value. Well, it's not really the author's place to make this judgment. It's for DDC and planning and tree officers to define amenity for Thanet residents and protect and maintain trees they have TPO'd. Please protect this important woodland and insist on development only within the open area and the previously built footprint. A more appropriate development would be a multi-occupancy building rather than 5 executive homes. Please refuse this application as it stands.
Thank you. Speaking under Council Rule Procedure 20.1, Councillor Pressland, 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I endorse what Karen has just said there, and I just want to say that, there are 45 trees on that site, and 28 of those trees will go. And as Karen has relayed, the reality is that is one of the few woodlands left in Broadstairs. And if we are really truly committed to enhancing biodiversity, then it makes a mockery of really anything that a lot of politicians say. I also bring your attention to the fact that there's a lot of developments that have taken place, for example, the corner of Fairfield Road and Broadstairs Road, where there were trees agreed to be taken down, obviously because they were in the curtilage of that said development, but then the remaining trees, 2 years later, loads of the other trees have been taken down because they have shaded those properties. So if this was to go ahead, potentially even more of the trees that are remaining on that site will also be lost. This woodland is, the trees, and then obviously you've got the shrub layer and you've got the herbaceous layer of the woodland. And yes, it could be managed better and it could be enhanced more. And I think, as has already been said, the curtilage of the existing building should be used for apartments, and the woodland should remain if we, as a council, are committed to biodiversity for the long time. But I'd also like to say that KCC Ecological Advice Service, on the 31st of October 2024, they raised concerns over the plans submitted, and they were concerned that the area in terms of biodiversity net gain was remaining for biodiversity net gain was very small, narrow, and surrounded by houses. It doesn't, that mitigation, the biodiversity net gain mitigation, is not there. So there have to be some other remediation to factor in that loss somewhere else if this development took place. But I urge the council to not allow this development to go ahead and have a re-evaluation of the whole site. And if members aren't familiar with the site, I urge them to go and see the site for themselves before making a decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms Mackenzie, can I just ask you to turn your microphone off as well, please? Thank you. So I'm now going to hand over to the Principal Planning Officer to outline the report.
Thank you, Chair. So this is the application site outlined in red, and Lindenthorpe Road running along here, Bradstow Way to the south of the site. So this is an aerial view of the site, so you can see that there are trees on the site. There is an existing dwelling on the site which is in a very poor state of repair, and we'll look at some pictures of that. So this is enough a view of the site so you can see this is the existing dwelling, Bradstow Way in this location, and you can see there are obviously a number of trees that have been set out on the site, and just enough a view of the site there, and you can see for context the existing dwelling and the neighbouring properties either side, and just enough a view of the site. So this is the frontage of the site looking along the road. These are the houses on the road on the opposite side of Lindenthorpe Road, and this is the dwelling. This is the actual edge of the site here in this location. These are the properties that abut the site. And this is a view from the site looking towards the properties to the rear in Bradstow Way. And this is a picture of the site. I can't tell you exactly where the site is, but it's part of the internal, and you can see it is quite overgrown. There are a number of big trees on the site, but there are also stuff that's clearly self-seeded over time, and obviously some trees appear a bit damaged, etc. This is a view from Lindenthorpe Road, and this is the access, one of the accesses onto the site, and you can see the existing dwelling on the site behind, and this is another access onto the site that is an existing access. So we have the proposed site layout, and as you can has been mentioned, there are 5 houses proposed. This is where the existing dwelling sits currently, and that will be demolished and replaced by a dwelling, and there would be a further 4 added onto the site. There would be 2 accesses serving the site, one serving plots 4 and 5, and this one serving plots 1, 2 and 3. Just looking at some, sorry, if we just go back to that, it has been mentioned that there have been no differences between the appeal development and this proposal currently before us, but there have been a number of changes. The footprints and fenestration pattern of the dwellings are essentially the same as the earlier scheme, but there are other key changes that should be noted. There is a removal of one access point. In the previous scheme there were 3 accesses onto the site, so now that is down to 2. So that allows a greater number of trees in this location to be kept. Plot 3 is this property here is now a chalet bungalow, and it has been shifted away from a tree to the rear as well, so to help protect that tree and to ensure that it can be retained. The siting of plots 4 and 5 have also been moved from the previous application again and they have been reduced in scale as well to allow more trees to be kept on site. And plots 1 and 2 have also been reduced in scale. They were 5 bedrooms properties in the previous scheme, but they're now 4 bedroom properties to again increase separation from the trees, existing trees on site. So just looking at a few elevations of properties, I won't go through all of them, but just to give you a general idea of the properties, this is the front of plot 1, and that is a typical sort of brick and house that you would see in the surrounding area, and as we've seen from the photos, it is quite a mixed road, Lindenthorpe Road, with different properties. It's a 2-storey dwelling, so there's the other side and its rear elevation, and here is its floor plan. So as you can see, we have 4 bedrooms to this property here. A lot of the properties are handed and are slightly different in some material detailing, but they generally follow that sort of layout that we've just seen. Number 3 is slightly different because it's a chalet bungalow. So this is the front elevation, its side elevation here, and again we have its rear and the other side. And as I said, so we have the ground floor and the first floor plan, which is essentially set into the roof of the plot to make a chalet. We have the site section, so as you can see from the top section, this is looking from Lindenthorpe Road. So that sort of area you can see there, the pink ones are the existing properties, and you can see behind this plot here is the actual existing property that sits on the site there, and the rest obviously is woodland currently. And this is looking across the other way, so you've got Lindenthorpe Road there and the existing properties also highlighted in pink. So as has been mentioned, there was the very recent appeal decisions that was supplied to members where the inspector looked at arguably a very similar scheme and did narrow down the impacts and the things to consider as being the impact on the character and appearance of the area and the trees and the issues. We are of the same opinion, and given the inspector's finding, we do not consider there are any impacts in terms of living conditions given the distances proposed between existing development. We do not consider there are highways issues or ecology issues. So we do consider the main issues for members to assess, as the inspector did, would be the impact on the trees. So, as has been mentioned, there are two TPOs on the site. This is the woodland TPO, and as you can see, it covers a part of the site. It doesn't cover all of it. And it is a 1956 TPO, so it is of some age. There is also an individual tree that's TPO that's been referred to, and this is this tree in this location here. And again, this is a fairly old TPO, not as old as the woodland one, but it's 1984, just to give some context. This is actually going to be quite a difficult plan to read, and apologies for it, but it is a tree assessment and identifies the trees to be retained and the trees to be kept. And this is actually the one from the previous application that the inspector considered at appeal. So he did accept most of the trees could be lost, but he did have concerns potentially about some trees in this location here and some other trees that have been catered for with the movement of some of the houses in this new scheme. And so this is the tree survey that has been done now to support this current application. And again, I appreciate it is very difficult to see, but it does include, and I will point out both schemes did, the one the inspector looked at, the previous scheme, and the current scheme. It does include the removal of the copper beech, which is the tree that has the individual TPO, but it was found to be acceptable by the inspector due to its poor condition, and again, we have looked at it, it's being considered again to be in a worse condition, so it is looked at to go in this scheme as well. There are some detailed comments from our tree advisor set out in the report, and I won't go through all of them, but he has acknowledged that all the trees that are due to be lost are either U value or C value, and the way trees are graded are A, B and C, and then U, with A being the most important and healthy and having a long lifespan ahead of them. So he's accepted that those trees will go, and they are of lesser quality, and he does go into quite detailed comments about what the issues with those trees are and that he accepts those findings. He does point out that there were 3 trees identified in the previous application as needing to be removed, which were, which did include the copper beech that has the individual TPO, but as he says, they are, their loss was accepted by the planning inspector on the previous application when he reviewed that. There was a previous tree, which is this tree here, that was actually intended to be removed under that application. It's T40, if you can see it here, members, and it's a hornbeam, but the scheme has now been revised and that tree can actually stay. But essentially, he is saying that he accepts there will be some loss of trees, but he is saying that it is he would call it not so much of a woodland, even though it has a woodland TPO, but he sees it's more of what it was originally, a house with a large garden with some trees in it, has been overgrown. As has been raised, sometimes where development is placed on sites with trees around it, there may be some pressure from future occupiers of those trees, of those properties, to seek removal of trees, but he's considered that that is unlikely. The dwellings are in good sized plots. The trees are essentially going to be located, if I take you back to the development, the trees that are to be retained are largely outside of the gardens, and there will be some that are fairly close to dwellings, but probably not enough to cause shading, etc. And even if some of the smaller trees were to be removed, they would likely to be trees around the edge of the site and would be unlikely to have an impact on Lindenfoot Road or even onto Bradstow Way, so not really from public vantage points would you notice the loss of those trees. So the conclusion is that on the tree front, that we are looking to recommend approval, following an advice from our independent tree advisor, that the loss of the trees proposed are acceptable, given that we are saving a few more trees than we were last time with the reduction in the number of access points to the scheme, and also the movement of some of the dwellings within the site and the reduction in their scale. We are satisfied with safeguarding conditions that a good scheme can come forward and there are no other issues with the site in terms of things like ecology, highways impact, as I say, neighbour amenity concerns. There is a requirement to, again, secure the SAM contribution, so the recommendation is defer and delegate.
Thank you. I will move that the officer's recommendation is adopted. Would the Vice Chair please second?
Seconded.
Thank you. I have, speaking first, Councillor Bayford.
Thank you, Chair. This proposed development is in my ward, and development is clearly needed here. And I don't find this one unattractive, or I find it fairly well planned. However, in view of the TPO, the woodland TPO, I'm very concerned, if approved, how, if appealed, how this would stand up. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I suppose just to clarify, obviously this is one of those situations where we have to obviously take account of the previous appeal decision, and obviously it's a very precise assessment that the inspector has made with regards to specifically citing the 4 trees themselves. The applicant has obviously looked to address those 4 trees by commissioning an additional survey, and then with to the extent that the 3 trees that were going to be removed, now 2 of them are being retained. The other one has been acknowledged both by their tree assessment but also by our tree consultant as dying, with then the changes being made to the tree that's in the centre of the site, T2, with plot 3 being moved away. There is also a condition which is proposed which requires an arboricultural method statement to come in detailing all sorts of measures to do with root protection areas, etc. during construction. So therefore, with the benchmark of the appeal decision on the tree issue, that's obviously why, we've put forward the view that we have, that we think that matter specifically has been dealt with.
Councillor Kay Bright.
Thank you, Chair. I think it's obvious that development's necessary on the site, particularly when you consider that probably a third of the site was a home with probably gardens. The rest of it's been woodland since 1956. So in the last 70 years across Thanet, we would have probably lost a hell of a lot of biodiversity. And this is basically the last bit of biodiversity probably in the centre of Broadstairs. We had a woodland basically felled at the beginning of 2023 in Park Avenue. If this goes, it's basically Mockett's Wood. As a council, we're spending an awful lot of money planting trees, but it takes an awful long time for trees to reach the height that these trees have reached. I went and had a look at it on the area on Sunday. I don't think woodlands can be recycled as soft landscapes. Dead trees, dying trees, they're actually really good things for nature. I'm not going to approve this. I can't.
Thank you. I just want to come back on a couple of points there. One is, obviously with regards to I think we need to sort of, whilst they are clearly interconnected in terms of the biodiversity value of the site is dictated for by the trees that are on there as well as the rest of the habitats that are present. However, in terms of the loss of particular trees, in terms of the amenity value as per the TPO, the woodland order from 56, and then the 80s individual TPO, those TPO issues have been dealt with, and we obviously have evidence before the council as to how that's been dealt with, which has obviously been ratified by, our qualified consultant. In terms of the biodiversity net gain point or biodiversity point, obviously what's been put forward with regards to this is a site where this is affected by the statutory metric, so they are required to provide 10%, and that's 10% above the baseline that's obviously been established and provided as a matrix to KCC and obviously the qualified ecologist there to assess. Now, there were concerns about what was put forward. Obviously, that's been cited in the extent of the proposed improvements that were being shown or put forward as to provide the 10% on site with regards to the woodland corridor that you can see on the left-hand side of the image on the site plan. But that has actually been updated in terms of the metric. Originally, that point that was raised about the narrowness of that corridor, it was being shown that the condition of that woodland would be moderate in terms of the quality and the units that would provide. That has been effectively dropped down in the new assessment to be shown to be poor quality. But even with that value, it's considered by the ecologists at KCC that they can provide a 10% net gain across the site. However, to do that, it would have to be, we would refer to as significant on-site biodiversity net gain. In terms of what would be expected on the hierarchical approach to providing net gain, first thing we'd look at is to try and provide it on-site. That is what they are proposing in this instance. The other part of the recommendation to members is to defer and delegate to confirm that the SAMS obligation we've got is sound and that they would be held to the SAMS contribution, but also to provide a unilateral specifically detailing how the on-site biodiversity mitigation management would come forward to conform with the statutory obligation, and that includes obviously the 30-year lifespan to which, starting from the point in which all of the measures have been put forward and planted. So we're talking about quite a long period that this would be maintained, and the legal obligation would be effectively on initially the landowner, and then the information that would have to come in would have to demonstrate who in perpetuity, which company, etc., would have to maintain that area and that effectively that net gain. So this is the first application that we have had where we are proposing to secure on-site gains via a legal agreement. So that is a legal agreement that will effectively become a template for other sites similar to this. This is what's recommended by KCC Ecology. So we do think that the site would be able to provide that 10%, and obviously that's why we get the advice from KCC on that. And it has been acknowledged by the applicant in changing what they submitted, that actually what they originally put forward, was not going to be, actually not going to come forward, but they can still provide the 10% on the site. So for that point, and again, in terms of the evidence before us, we do consider that this site would provide the 10%. I absolutely acknowledge the point that's being made. You're building on the site. You know, there will be the loss of trees. Obviously, that's been covered. But we do think this is an appropriate balance to both provide the 10% net gain on the site as well as providing, obviously, 4 additional dwellings.
Councillor Makinson.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, this is a comment, if I can get it out. The existing woodlands need to be maintained. The existing woodland does not look like it's had any maintenance whatsoever. The trees are all getting choked. And the only way that I think the trees that remain are going to be looked after is if this development goes ahead. So, yeah.
Sorry, was there a question at the end of that? Because I distracted myself and the planning
I said it wasn't really a question, it was a comment. I know it's lovely to have a bit of woodland, however neglected, in the middle of the town, but I think the trees would benefit from a bit more care. Thank you.
Sorry, thank you. You'll understand the bit in a minute. Councillor Garner.
Thank you. I wonder if you could go to one of the first slides, please, which was the overhead shot of the site. Yeah, that one. The picture of the woodland, which is quite, as has been explained, quite an important habitat for lots of creatures that live in there, and one of the only woodlands, as has been said, remaining in Broadstairs, and which a large proportion of which is covered by a woodland TPO, which I have been looking into a little bit for various other reasons. But there are a number of self-seeded trees within a woodland TPO, and once they self-seed, they are protected because it's a woodland TPO. And one or two people have commented that they don't find the proposal unattractive. Well, I do find the proposal unattractive. I find the woodland attractive. It might be a bit unkempt in the eyes of some people, but it's a woodland. You know, it's what we need to be looking after, and we need to be keeping. You don't look after a woodland by chopping down half of the trees. That just doesn't make sense to me. You look after woodland by maintaining a woodland as it is, maybe doing a bit of planting and a little bit of looking after. You don't chop half the trees down to look after a woodland. I find it quite disappointing. I was going to say upsetting, and it is a bit upsetting that we're sitting around here after we all go out there and proclaim how we fight for the climate, we proclaim climate emergencies, and then we sit around here saying we've got to chop half the trees down in one of our remaining woodlands to build 5 executive houses, and as if that's a good thing to do, and it isn't a good thing to do. And the fact that we're considering this is, like I say, disappointing. And I've tried to keep an open mind on this, and I have up until now. I haven't got an open mind anymore. This has got to be refused, and we've got to fight against these sort of things.
Thank you. I'm not going to come back on what the merits of the case. I think it's just important to remind members in terms of predetermination that you need to keep an open mind during the debate. Just everyone, as long as everyone's listening to everyone else and taking account of what everyone else is saying, that's the important thing. And I know that is the case. Just to state that is what I believe members to be the case. So at the point in which you're voting, that's when obviously you can, but just up until that point, make sure everyone's listening to everything that everyone's saying.
Okay, well, I will just clarify then. My mind will be opened up, waiting to hear from one of the other members to try and persuade me otherwise that it's a good job to cut down half the trees. Thank you.
Councillor Matterface.
Right, I've got a few points to raise. One's a question.
I'll tell you what, if you've got a few points to raise, in that case, can I ask you to pause for just a moment? Because we are 1 minute off the 10 o'clock deadline, and if you're going to be raising lots of points, then I'm not going to get my 10 o'clock announcement in. So I'm going to do that now, which was the reason I was distracted just now, because I had to do my consultation with the Planning Applications Manager. In liaison with the Planning Applications Manager, we have concluded that there is a risk that the business of this meeting will not be finalised by 10:30 p.m, but that it should be possible to complete by 11:30 p.m. In that case, I will just read the paragraph 11 of the Constitution, which states that unless it is resolved to complete the items under discussion, meetings shall stand adjourned at 10:30 p.m, unless, in the opinion of a majority of the members thereof, the business remaining to be dealt with can be concluded by 11:30 p.m, in which case the meeting may continue until 11:30, at which time it shall automatically stand adjourned. If we choose not to continue to 11:30, then consideration of any business not transacted shall be continued on the following Monday evening and thereafter on consecutive evenings at 7 p.m. On that basis, I move that, if necessary, we continue the meeting beyond 10:30 p.m. in order to conclude the business of this agenda. Would the Vice Chair, I know reluctantly, please second?
Seconded.
And would those members in favour of continuing to 11:30 please vote? Thank you. And any against? And any abstentions? That's carried. Thank you. Councillor Matterface, I'll return to you. Thank you.
Thank you. One factor of these trees, as they are in that photograph, as they're taller than the properties in front, and I did mention to Councillor Preston, they do actually act as a baffle wall against the noise of the train, so they mustn't forget that they do serve another function apart from just helping the atmosphere. Has there been a bat survey? Because my understanding at one point was there were definitely bats living in the old garage on that site, so I couldn't find a bat survey, so I'll ask that question. And the third point to raise, you've got development proposed of 5 houses coming out onto an area where there's no pavement. There's pavement until the end of the properties on the right of the picture. There's a pavement opposite, but I'm a bit concerned there's no pavement on this side and you've got 5 houses coming out and two exits with no pavement. So the question is, has there been a bat survey done? Do we know that?
I've got the comment from KCC Ecology here, and bats were recorded, you were correct, during 2017, but no bats were recorded during the 2020 or the 2024 emergence survey, so there was work done on bats to support this application. So they're saying the presence of bats can't be ruled out, but they highlight if works do not commence within the site. So they would request an additional survey if works did not commence, if the application was granted, to look at that issue.
Trees are a natural roost for bats, so I mean, I believe they were roosting in the old garage, but if they couldn't find any, or they weren't there when they were looking, it's a bit disappointing whether they've gone. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Keane.
I'm confused about the copper beech. So it could live 200 years, but it's not in a good condition, and the inspector agreed to it being removed. Can you show me where on the plans for the building the copper beech would be, and comment on the condition of it, please?
Sorry. That's the tree, the copper beech there. It's got its own individual TPO. It was highlighted to go in the previous application and again in this application because of its poor condition. And it was accepted by the inspector at the time of the appeal decision, and also looked at by our tree advisor, arboriculture advisor, and he raised no objections to it being lost and the findings of the new updated arboricultural survey as well. It is a large tree, hence it was preserved under its own TPO, but obviously that was some years ago in '84, so it's not considered to be, its removal has been accepted.
Councillor Wing.
I'd also, thank you, I'd also like to mention the copper beech. Can I first of all ask, did the independent tree advisor actually visit the site?
Yes.
Did we actually get I know we've lost our tree officer, who I had a great deal of respect for. Did our own previous tree officer go out and visit the site? So did we send Simon out, for example, when he was here? Did he look at the site at all as part of his role as a tree officer?
No, so he was the open spaces tree officer, so he didn't go out on planning considerations. So in this instance, the visit was done by our tree consultant, John Lambourne, and I believe Matthew Mars as well went out, who's our tree assistant, who's currently in training at the moment.
So did Matthew Lambourne go out on site?
John Lambourne. Yes, John Lambourne out and Matthew Miles as well as the council's officer.
Is there, because I couldn't find the actual individual documentation on that one particular tree, which I would have expected maybe to have seen because it is so important. And the other issue is, if it's so bad, it's so diseased, then it's obviously still standing. Is the reason for taking it out because actually if we introduce housing, we increase the risk of harm to somebody? At the moment, there's nobody there. So that tree could stay there, and it's quite clear it can stay there because nobody's applied for it to come down because it's unsafe. Because we're now putting houses on the site, we're increasing the risk of that tree falling down and hitting somebody. So we're making a safety issue that doesn't presently exist, which means the tree suffers, in my opinion. I was a teacher, and trees sometimes had to come down because we were insured for trees falling out of kids falling out of trees, but not trees falling on kids. So I understand how difficult it can be once you put people around trees, it becomes a different issue. So I guess what I'm saying is, would that tree naturally be taken down because it's unsafe if there weren't housing being put there?
So in terms of if an application came in for a removal of that TPO, irrespective of an application for planning permission for houses around there, obviously it is a hypothetical. Ultimately, the assessment that's within if we go back to the inspector's comment, obviously that they referred to the information provided to the council through the planning application, which wasn't disputed by the council, which is a point that's been made. Obviously, through the assessment subsequent to that of this application, the visit has occurred by officers, and effectively what's stated in the comment of John Lambourne is that the tree is in a poor structural condition, having significant decay, pruning and tear wounds, weak branch faults with significant ivy into a declining canopy. Now, we aren't up here qualified to say whether or not, looking at that image there, that actually if that tree were to, limbs to fall off, that it wouldn't impact the properties on Bradstow Way, for example. It is a large tree. Whilst it's shown its spread, we can't say. Ultimately, the proposal that's been put forward obviously goes back to the previous refusal, which obviously has accepted the loss of that tree in the context of providing housing. And ultimately, the determination is on the basis of the applications for housing. So it is difficult to say without the housing application that we would have said, no, you don't take the tree out because there's no harm. Ultimately, the condition of the tree, though, has been ratified as in a poor structural state.
Could I just ask about the trees around? Annabelle, could we bring up the image of the development with the trees around it, so it's sort of like the aerial view? So if you've got each plot, which is obviously defined by a particular area, and then we've got the whole green area around. And I guess, and I do have concerns, because we've seen with the development in Ramsgate, the far end at Pegwell, where there was a development and trees were not meant to be taken out, and then the houses appeared, and then suddenly the trees were taken out. So who will be responsible for managing the whole area around those houses? Because, you know, it's a hell of a responsibility actually paying for trees to be managed. You know, it's a very costly thing to have work done to trees. And so that's why people choose to just take them out, because that's the cheaper option. It's not the best option, but it's a cheaper option. So I guess what I'm saying, is there going to be some kind of management, TPO woodland management of that whole area around there? And I guess that also begs the question that once this development goes ahead, is the TPO on the woodland removed, which means all the protections go on those trees?
So to the first point, in terms of the trees that aren't within the individual residential plots, that ring that you can sort of see around there. So as part of the legal agreement, what that will do is secure the biodiversity, again, the actual improvements to that area, and also the management and monitoring of that through the 30-year period following the works to occur. That legal obligation will run with the land, and the assumption, and again, it's not defined because it could be that one individual, technically it could be an individual rather than a management company, could take responsibility, and to comply with the biodiversity net gain provisions, you would require a habitat management and monitoring plan to come in, and in that document it has to specify the individuals that are responsible, and we, through the provisions of the legal agreement, will be required to be notified when those responsible people change. Ultimately, what I would imagine would be likely to happen is you'd have a management company set up during the construction of the development, and then ultimately that may well transfer to the 5 occupiers of those houses, and then they would be responsible. But that is, again, it's theoretical. Ultimately, the legal agreement protects the requirement for it to occur, the monitoring and maintenance, through the B&G provisions. In terms of the woodland order, the trees that remain that are still within that area, the woodland order effectively still stands. So the areas, effectively, if we look at the top there between the 2 drives, if there's a self-seeded, a tree that goes between those other trees, that's protected. So those areas, that it doesn't remove that TPO. That TPO doesn't. We're not revoking it, and it runs still with the land. Technically, any trees that appear in those areas would be protected. Ultimately, within that, on the image, the curve that you can see there at the bottom where it curves from the edge of the boundary around, obviously part of that is in that area to be safeguarded through the legal agreement, but that area between the 2 driveways, not only does the trees that are within that are being retained, are they continued to be protected by the woodland, but woodland TPO, but any other trees that appear there self-seeded would also be protected by that 56 woodland order.
Have you finished?
I guess,
I'll come back to you.
I guess that for me, the loss of 28 trees on a piece of land, which is, one of the few wooded areas in Broadstairs, is not a good thing to happen.
Okay, Councillor J. Bright.
Thank you. Before I talk about trees, I just want some clarification, if that's okay. Previously, this application was refused due to the development being out of character with the area. What changes have been made to now make it acceptable? Thank you. That's my first question.
There have been some minor changes to the design. Ultimately, however, the inspector came to the view that the previous proposal wasn't out of character, and that forms a very heavily weighted material consideration subsequently, which we have to take account of. So, as the inspector has basically said, no, I think they're in character with the area, appropriate in the area, we have to take that on board. So that's why that view has changed.
Okay, so therefore the only thing really we can contest this on is the trees. I just want to say that I'm just really concerned. The fact is it's a woodland TPO, so I'm really struggling to get my head around the fact that bears no weight. That you can go into a woodland that's supposed to be protected and chop down trees and build houses on it. That to me doesn't make sense. And I just want to sorry. Oh, sorry. And I'm just sort of looking at the government guidance on TPOs. I just wanted to read this to get it clear in my head, really. When should the woodland category be used? The woodland category's purpose is to safeguard a woodland as a whole, so it follows that while some trees may lack individual merit, all trees within a woodland that merits protection are protected and made subject to the same provisions and exemptions. In addition, trees and saplings which grow naturally or are planted within the woodland area after the order is made are also protected by the order. So for me, why doesn't this woodland merit protection? I don't understand. Thank you.
I can come back on that point. So in terms of the comment from our tree consultant and also the report that's produced to support the application, the current guidance on whether or not this would be appropriate as a woodland TPO would unlikely to be met. There's effectively a woodland under the Forestry Commission would normally be a minimum size of 0.5 hectares. Now it's only a little bit less, it's 0.44 hectares. In addition, a woodland TPO within a residential garden is considered to be highly inappropriate by, obviously, the arboriculturist that submitted the report. Ultimately, this is a historic woodland TPO. It does, though, still have the status of a woodland TPO, so that's not being disregarded in and of itself. But in terms of the judgment about whether or not it's effectively sacrosanct, if effectively a challenge came in to say, well, we don't think this meets the current definition of what would be a woodland TPO now, and we're weighing that with the benefits of providing 5 houses, or admittedly, 4 houses in terms of a net. Obviously, the inspector has sort of looked at that previously and has concluded on the basis that actually this concern relates specifically to the impact on 4 trees as part of that. That decision, again, must be taken account of in a subsequent decision by this council. And therefore it does really narrow those areas of potential conflict with the proposal. And if that point is, I suppose, reopened and we say, well, actually, we don't accept any loss of the woodland there, then in my view, we would be absolutely open to a cost award on that basis.
Councillor Matterface, were you indicating you wanted to come back? No, in that case, then I've got Councillor K-Bright.
This is just a point of clarification. The woodland TPO, if you go back, does it only cover so yeah, it covers that kind of curved area. Is the footprint of the original dwelling at the far right hand side of that? Am I reading that right? So essentially, the first 3 dwellings are outside of the woodland TPO anyway, right? So plot 3, plot 2, and plot 1. Don't know why I went that in that order. It looks like they're kind of outside the woodland TPO anyway. I mean, I'm not ecstatic about losing trees, but the way I see it, there's no need to even eat into that woodland TPO. It can basically be developed with 3 properties on a footprint that excludes the woodland TPO. And that's why I think this is over. To me, this seems like it's overdevelopment, and it's frankly a little bit greedy. That's my view of it. It just looks like, why are we even eating into the woodland TPO?
I think, Annabelle, could you go to the woodland TPO plan. We don't have an image that superimposes the woodland TPO on the proposed thing. What I would say from my view looking at it, I think you're looking at potentially a slight bit of the corner of plot 5, and the rest of those dwellings aren't actually within that area, because you can see that band at the back, and that's where they put the dwellings, because obviously to accommodate that fact. Now that doesn't disregard the fact that you've got the two vehicular entrances that they're proposing. Obviously that's been reduced from 3, but obviously again it's taking account of the trees that are present and were present on the appeal, and subsequently also, you know, the applicant putting forward a new tree survey from different arboriculturalists, in fact, and obviously that's you know been available and then been looked at by us. You know, acknowledges the fact that actually previously the tree survey overestimated the number of trees in their view, but also underestimated in other areas, so it was a bit inconsistent. But has basically re-looked at it. You know, and in their view, it's come to the same view. And I think the point here then is that obviously we ourselves have had our own assessment done of that work and don't have any sort of evidence to dispute the different details of the condition of the trees that are both being retained and also being removed. But yeah, I take the point, obviously, if they remove plot 5, for example, and didn't have the access that's on the left-hand side there, you know, potentially more could be retained. Ultimately, however, obviously, you know, this is a case really which is an iterative process, and I know members will be very concerned about the fact that obviously you chip away at a refusal and you end up getting an approval. The reality is this process can be quite iterative, and it can be that you end up finding what those areas of conflict really are when you go to an inspector, and in this instance, we think those areas of conflict have been resolved.
Councillor Wing, I did say that I would come back to you if you wanted me to. No, in that case, I'll go straight to your immediate right, Councillor Garner.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, following up on what I said earlier, I mean, I have listened to people. No one's changed my mind about this. And I hear what Ian says about, you know, how this tree and that tree have been identified in the appeal, and, you know, we might be subject to losing an appeal. It might be at cost, but that's for us to decide. And we've made many decisions in the past on the climate and on loss of trees that I think have been the right decisions about protecting as many of our trees as we can. And this is our woodland, and we should be protecting it. And we shouldn't be voting to support this application, I don't believe. I won't be, and obviously it's up to you what you do. Thank you.
Okay, I do have no more speakers now, so we will put the motion for the officer's recommendation for defer and delegate for approval to the vote. All those in favour, please indicate. And those against? Any abstentions? It's carried. Thank you. Okay, thank you. We're now on agenda item 5I, which is Nelson College London, Carey Building, and surrounding land, Northwood Road, Broadstairs. Speaking in favour, Una Windybank, have I pronounced that right?
It's Una Windybank, but thank you, Chair, because it was closer than a lot of people get, so thank you.
Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, and good evening, everyone, and thank you very much for staying on and listening to us, because this is a very important item to us and to Thanet. I'm here tonight because I'm representing the East Kent Health and Care Partnership, who are leading on this integrated initiative. Our vision for the Carey Building is to transform it into a health and wellbeing hub that will improve the outcomes for Thanet people. And as you all well know, Thanet is an area of significant health inequalities. The East Kent Health and Care Partnership has secured more than £10 million worth of national funding for this hub. It would provide a new home for the St Peter's GP surgery, a community diagnostic centre, and a range of community services, as well as much needed and valuable signposting and support from Age UK. This hub is a critical step in improving timely access to services for Thanet residents that is supported by all the partners, and we believe there are a number of letters of support to the committee. The hub would particularly support the frail population who desperately need integrated healthcare in an accessible location and is on an already existing bus route. Alternative options for the hub have been considered, but were limited due to the very stringent national requirements for diagnostic settings. Other options would have meant increasing travel for the Thanet people rather than reducing it. St Peter's Surgery, which needs to vacate from its current surgery, has extensively explored alternative venues. This is the only viable option as it stands, and it has the full support of its patient participation group. The practice may have to disperse patients to other local practices if it cannot move to the Carey Building, increasing the pressure on other GP services locally. We acknowledge the concerns raised by Kent Highways and are fully committed to a robust plan to maximise parking and minimise the congestion in the area. This will include looking at off-site parking alternatives for staff, many of whom who are community staff who spend most of their time supporting people in their own homes and communities. We will also explore shuttle buses, plus scheduling appointments to alleviate congestion during the peak periods, such as the time of school drop-off and pick-up times. We will also be looking to support initiatives to improve public transport in this area. Given the stipulations of the substantial NHS England capital funding, it is an imperative that a notable proportion is spent by the end of this financial year, i.e. the 31st of March 2025. Therefore, we respectfully request the Planning Committee favourably considers the recommendations and supports this proposal tonight to ensure this opportunity is not lost for the people of Thanet. We ask the Planning Committee to support this transformative opportunity to significantly enhance health and care services for Thanet residents. Thank you.
Thank you. The Principal Planning Officer will now outline the report.
Thank you, Chair. So this is the site in this location here. So it's the former Canterbury Christchurch campus building. It also includes this area of parking in this location here, with the access to the site coming from Millennium Way to the south. Northwood Road's on the right-hand side here, and then Westwood Road to the north of the site. So this is an aerial view of the site. So again, this is the location of the building fronting the roundabout, and then this is the rest of the site, which has a mixture of other uses. So in terms of looking at the rest of the site, so again, this is the building on the left-hand side of the screen here, that fronts onto Northwood Road and Westwood Road. To the rear of the site is a building in educational use. This is a manufacturing use building to do with windows, and then this is the business hub. You can see in terms of location to the town centre, this is Tesco's, and this is Broadstairs Retail Park on the right-hand side here. So this is the boundary of the town centre. And in terms of these areas of land, this site here is allocated for employment, and this site is allocated for residential.
So this is the building in question. So the proposal is for a change of use of this building from a building in educational use to a health hub falling within use class EE. It would include the relocation of the St Peter's surgery and the provision of community services, including health visitors and community nurse provision, dental services and other treatment rooms. In total, 36 consulting rooms are being provided within the building, with the top floor accommodating office use associated with the health facility. In terms of the actual building itself, no external changes are being proposed. So this is currently the front elevation of the building, and this is the rear elevation, but no external alterations are proposed. It's just for the change of use. So in terms of just looking at the floor plans, this is the existing ground floor plan of the former use. So the site was, as mentioned previously, the Christchurch University that closed in 2018. So the building has been empty for 6 years. It was bought by Nelson College, and they currently run from another building, but this building has remained empty. So this is the layout of the use as it was formerly used. The proposed layout shows the provision of the consulting rooms at ground floor level, with accesses still from the front and rear. And then in terms of the existing floor plan, again, just showing the layout of the former use with what would have been classrooms along here. And then this is the proposed first floor plan, which again just has consulting rooms proposed. And then the top floor, second floor, as it was, which I believe had the library area. And this is mainly now going to be office space and meeting rooms. So in terms of the actual site, this is the building currently being used by Nelson College. And so they currently have this building, but have also been marketing this building for the last few years as well, because this building is no longer is not required by them. So they already have spare capacity within the existing building for continued educational use. So the site lies within a strategic employment site, which is covered by policies SPO5 and EO1 of the Thanet local plan, which require that the site is retained in employment use, which should either be formed of industrial use, office or storage. And then in this particular case, it also allows for educational use, given the former education building on the site. So the proposal to move to a health hub would move away from that policy and would be classed as a departure to the objectives of policy SPO5, which does seek to retain it in those employment generating uses. But policy EO1 of the Thanet local plan does allow for alternative uses on the site if a number of criteria are met. The criteria includes the marketing of the site to prove that there's no alternative employment generating uses can accommodate the building. So as mentioned, that the site has been empty for 6 years and has been marketed over that time, and no one has come forward to take that building up until the point of Nelson College purchasing the site. And then following that, they have also again marketed the site, and again no one has come forward until this NHS proposal to take over the site. In terms of the other criteria, so the criteria looks at whether there would be a strategic loss of employment land, but again the site's not currently in one of those main employment generating uses. It's an educational use, which is a community facility use, and it's looking to retain that in community facility use. So it's not considered there would be a significant loss of strategic employment generated from this proposal. This use would also generate 129 jobs in any case, so there will be employment that is being created through this use. And funding has been secured by the applicant, which would enable this building to be reused, and a viable reuse of the building, which, as I mentioned, will continue in community use. There will be no impact from this proposed change on surrounding businesses or residential uses, because the actual use is very similar to the educational use in terms of its the material use. And in terms of the actual proposal, the community benefits and the health benefits being offered by it are supported by a number of policies within the local plan. So policy SP40 looks to support new medical facilities at Westwood. Policy SP38 supports accessible community facilities, including health. Policy CMO1 permits new and improvements to existing community facilities, and also the NPPF places significant weight on the importance of new, expanded or upgraded public surface infrastructure. And therefore it is considered on balance in terms of the principle of development that whilst the proposal doesn't comply with the objectives of policy SP05, it does meet the criteria within policy EO1 to be classed as an acceptable alternative development on the site, and it is supported by a number of other local plan policies which support the new community uses, specifically health facilities within the Westwood area, and that needs to be given significant weight in the determination of this application. So on the other side of things is the highway issue. So there are concerns that are raised on the highway grounds. So looking at this proposal, policy TPO6 of the Thanet local plan requires development to provide satisfactory provision for parking. The site lies within the wider area, as you can see here, so that you can see that there's parking associated with the site, but this is all kind of broken up with different parts of this parking area being associated with different buildings. So the area for this particular building is the area at the front of this slide here. So you can see 3 disabled parking spaces here, and then this row of parking spaces here, and then this double row of parking spaces here, which creates 59 parking spaces associated with this building. And then there are parking in this location here adjacent to this building associated with the manufacturing use. The Nelson College building has parking in this location here, and this stretch along here, and then the business centre has parking in this location here. So following amendments to the scheme, the 59 spaces are being retained because the original proposal did look to put a MRI unit within the car park, which would have lost a number of the parking spaces. That would have been in this location here. But the plan was amended to remove that so that the maximum parking spaces could be provided on site. In terms of vehicle movements to the site, the current educational building generates approximately 213 two-way vehicle movements, whereas the proposed use through the transport statement that's been submitted, which has been updated a number of times following comments from KCC Highways, that it's been concluded that it would potentially generate around 508 two-way vehicle movements, so significantly higher than the existing educational use. In terms of the proposal, when considering the number of consulting rooms, the demand would be for 144 parking spaces for patients and 64 parking spaces for staff. As the site is an Edger Centre site, the proposal was put forward that this should be acceptable because we are looking at maximum parking standards for the site. However, KCC Highways are concerned that in this particular location, Westwood Road and Northwood Road are very heavily used roads, lots of congestion along these roads, and therefore the maximum they would be happy to support would be 75% of the parking standards for this area, which would equate to 108 parking spaces for patients and 48 for staff, so a total of 156. And as mentioned, the proposal is for 59, so approximately 100 spaces short of what they consider is necessary for this proposed use. So in KCC's view, there will be an impact on highway safety because of the potential for hazardous and illegal parking in the surrounding area, and the fact that it's a congested area of the surrounding area. So with those increased vehicle movements as well, that would be harmful. And if people were to be parking in the surrounding area, you'd be looking at lots more people trying to cross the roads, and again, busy roads, and there's not great pedestrian crossing points on either of these roads. So those are the concerns being raised by KCC, and they currently recommend refusal of the application on highway grounds. So we do also need to look, though, at whether there's any scope to try and reduce the need for parking on the site and look at the sustainability of the development. So as mentioned, the site is, sorry, I will just show you some photos. I've realised I've stayed on the same slide for a very long time here. So just showing you the inside of the site then of the parking area. These are the disabled parking spaces. You've got the cycle storage area on the right-hand side here. So the building is behind us in this photo. This is the car parking area with the 3 rows of the parking, which are going to be serving the building. And then again, just that view. So again, the single lane and then the 2 lanes of parking on the left-hand side here. So you can see this visit to the site is with the building supposedly vacant, and yet you can see there actually is quite a lot of parking already within this area. So I can't say who is parking there. It could well be people from the other uses, but at the moment it's not an empty space. And obviously that when the unit does change to a health hub, obviously there's going to be high demand on these parking spaces. These are the 3 disabled spaces, and then just moving along, just showing the spaces that are associated with the college. So the college is using these spaces on the right and left here, and along here. So there are some vacancies further along which are supposed to be associated with the college. So it may well be that the college is using the closer parking spaces, but actually they're allocated some further along. So it could well be that they sort of, once using the spaces allocated to them, they would free up spaces in the main car park. This is the cycle hub, which is currently shown. So we would be looking to sort of improve that and make sure that the cycle parking spaces would be provided for this development. So the development would require a need for 18 cycle parking spaces. So that can be accommodated within this space, but obviously there's a need to make some improvements to the enclosure of that area. So in terms of sustainability, looking at the surrounding area, so the site is on the right hand side of this screen. You can see there's a bus stop directly outside the front of the site on both sides of the road. This is a cycle path running outside of the site as well. And then again, just showing you the cycle path there. So again, the building's on the right hand side. So when trying to balance this, obviously there's a significant need for the health facility, and we do need to give that great weight because of the fact that would be beneficial for the district, and the fact that there's a number of policies in the local plan that really do support the health facility, and the fact it is edge centre, so it potentially is sustainably located. But obviously, given the views from KCC highways, there are those concerns. So we've looked at whether there is ways to try and reduce parking demand on the site. So at the moment, a travel plan strategy has been submitted, but it's in a very basic form. Highways have raised concerns with it as it's submitted and don't feel it's robust enough to achieve a modal shift in the scale that would be needed to sort of deal with the fact that there's currently a lack of potentially 100 parking spaces for this proposal. So a more detailed travel plan would be required. So we're proposing that would be secured through a legal agreement. Alongside that, there would be a need for a monitoring fee to manage that travel plan. So that would be 1,422, which would go to KCC to monitor the travel plan and make sure that so that we looked at over the 5-year period or potentially longer once we've got the wording of the legal agreement resolved, but at a minimum 5 years, looking at how the site's working, how improvements could be made to try and improve things like car sharing and people cycling to work. We're also looking at whether there would be a way of trying to improve, or the applicant would need to look at whether they could try and improve bus routes along here, because there's one bus route running along here, but it's not very frequent. If this use were to be located here, then there would be a need to potentially talk to Stagecoach and see if there's a way to improve the number of buses running along to the centre. So this route does allow people to go to Ramsgate and to Margate currently, so it does extend quite widely across the district, but at the moment it's, as I say, there's only I think two an hour at the moment, so I'd be looking to see whether there's a way of increasing that. The other thing to look at is that this has been the town centre. There's parking in this location which actually is quite underused most of the time, so I'll just show you that route. So this is Millennium Way leading towards those units. This is the footpath, so the application site is in this location here. And then this is the car park at 10 o'clock in the morning. It's quite empty. There's no restrictions on parking in this location. So there is scope to potentially look at staff maybe parking in this area and walking to the site, which is only a 7-minute walk from the car park. So that would all need to be considered through a parking management plan, which is a condition that we've proposed as part of this, that we could look at how staff could potentially park off site in order to avoid needing to park within the site and allow patients to park more within the site itself. just showing the surrounding area again. This was early in the morning, so this was more like 8:30 in the morning, but this is why KCC have raised some concerns, because you can see there's quite a lot of congestion leading up to the roundabout. This is as you come out of Millennium Way, you're only supposed to turn left, so it does lead to everybody coming out and having to queue for the roundabout. And again, you can see another view here of the traffic leading up to the roundabout. So this is a balanced consideration. There's clearly a need for the proposed use. There's clearly highway harm. We are looking to mitigate that through the delivery of the travel plan and the monitoring fee for the travel plan through the legal agreement. We're also looking to mitigate that through a parking management strategy and looking at how staff could potentially not need to visit the site, whether they can look at shift patterns and things like that to avoid people needing to be on site as much as possible. A number of the staff are mobile staff that would be travelling out in the community, so would only need to visit the site maybe first thing in the morning and later in the afternoon. Even that, potentially there's scope to maybe do things virtually, online meetings and things like that to avoid people having to visit the site. So, as I said, it's a balanced one. Our view is that given the significant need for the community and health benefits of the scheme, that on balance they outweigh the harm to the highways, given the fact we've proposed a mitigation through the safeguarding condition and the legal agreement, and therefore we are recommending it's deferred and delegated for the submission of that legal agreement. KCC have further commented following their initial comments and said that should members be minded to approve the application, then KCC Highways are going to be willing to work with the applicant to seek measures to minimise the impacts. However, they have said there's no guarantee that effective solutions are going to be available, and they are still concerned that the traffic impacts could be severe. So it's just one for members to balance up and decide if they agree with our recommendation. Thank you.
Hello, members. Before the motion is moved, there's an additional condition. I would have normally done this in a point of information at the start of the meeting, so apologies. But we do think it's appropriate for an additional condition to be added, and I'm going to amend the officer recommendation to include it. I don't think this is a condition which hopefully will ever be needed to be enforced, but it's effectively that the health hub, with it, which is put forward within use class EE, can only be approved, so it has approved, can only be used for that use and no other purpose, including any other purpose within use class E of the use classes order or any provisional order that replaces that. Now, the importance of that condition, the ground of which would be to secure proper development of the area for community use as proposed and the benefits taken into account in the planning balance in accordance with policies SP05, SP09 and SP40. Specifically, if in 30 years' time this health hub doesn't, you say members approve it and the health hub is no longer there, technically there would be the ability of a new owner to move to any other use class, any other use within use class E, and members will be familiar with the fact that that actually covers shops, cafes, restaurants, etc., and so on. Now, the applicant has, I'm sure, no intention of doing that, but I think the safeguard is necessary, and we agree that that's needed. So, just to update the officer recommendation and to add that as an additional condition, that's the same condition that we had on the other GP surgery that was on the Hurricane site, that you'll recall.
Thank you. So at that point, I move that the officer's recommendation is adopted. Would the Vice Chair please second?
Seconded.
Thank you. And in order of speaking, I have first Councillor Alban.
Thank you, Chair. If ever there was a use that was needed, it's this one. And I think it's great that they're taking over an empty existing property. Of course, KCC have got concerns. I think we all got concerns about the traffic. What I would say is that in those parking spaces that are shown that are actually going to be used by this, should this be approved, my grandchildren go to St George's School. All the parents park in that place, both for going and coming back, because I've done it myself. Just use this place and I walk through and across the road, and I think that's something that they need to take into consideration as to whether to have an arm to go up and down so people can come in and keep those who shouldn't be there not to be there. But I just give this my fullest support, and I really do wish everybody well, because it serves our residents so well, something that we desperately need. Thank you.
Okay, between you, most people have put their hands up, so just bear in mind that we will get to you. Councillor Bayford.
Thank you, Chair. In principle, I wholeheartedly support this application, as in my view, the huge benefits to residents, as outlined in the report, completely outweigh any harm. However, could we request potential crossing areas to safeguard pedestrians? Can the parking spaces that are provided be monitored for use for patients and staff only? Surely this this very progressive change could be made possible with liaison with KCC and a parking management plan. Thank you.
Councillor Bright.
Thank you. I was starting to get a bit grumpy because of the woods, so I'm actually in a much better mood now. I really do. I echo everything that's been said. This is amazing, and it's going to really work. I'm a patient at St Peter's Surgery, and it's a nightmare parking there as well. It's a tiny little street, and it's basically two semi-detached bungalows joined together. This is really moving into the future. It's providing something we need. I completely understand the concerns around the highways. That's an absolute nightmare, that area. But I think making any other decision than supporting this based on a problem now that could potentially be solved whatever comes next in terms of this council. I've just worked on the parking strategy, and if there is inadequate parking, it's in our strategy to look for alternative spaces and purchase them as necessary in the next 20 years. So I don't think we should be concerned, but I don't think we should be basing a decision on problems that are ultimately surmountable. So I think this is great, and I support it.
Councillor Keane.
I think really it's all been said. I also think we have to find solutions because we need this health facility. In terms of the sort of car movements, I think it hasn't been mentioned that many people will be coming by taxis or being dropped off by relatives rather than actually looking for a parking space there. Thank you.
Councillor Bright.
Thank you. I just want to sort of give my sort of 100% support to this. I'm just concerned that the project needs to be delivered by the 31st of March. Is there any risk that if we defer and delegate, we're going to lose our funding? Thank you.
So, I mean, in terms of, I can't speak for the applicant necessarily. Obviously, we do consider that we need to ensure that there's a legal agreement securing the contribution to the travel plan monitoring. The resolution to grant, obviously, as soon as we get a draft legal agreement, we will look at it as a matter of priority. It obviously doesn't actually preclude an applicant knowing full well that they are getting consent, they just need to sort the legal agreement out, that they can start buying things and spending money, which is what I imagine they will start doing given the deadline here. Ultimately, we received the application late last year. We've progressed it as quickly as possible, given what is a significant objection from Highways. They understand the situation, but it's a significant objection, and we do think this legal agreement is necessary. Ultimately, it's for the applicant to deal with the funding issue. But yeah, we will certainly progress any draft legal agreement that we get as quickly as possible as a matter of priority. However, that doesn't necessarily preclude purchases being made. What it does preclude, obviously, is actual, I suppose, physical start of the use because obviously you could do refit works without actually incurring the need for planning permission. So it wouldn't preclude that sort of stuff happening before they actually get planning permission.
So we can actually go ahead and approve it today, and then that.
Well, it would, sorry, can I just jump straight in? This is defer and delegate for the legal agreement. So if the committee's view is that you should approve it without the travel plan monitoring fee and without a travel plan being secured by the legal agreement, then obviously you vote down this motion and then you just vote to approve it with safeguarding conditions. We think we need to have the monitoring fee being paid, so KCC then will effectively monitor the travel plan. And I think given the circumstances and the need to ensure this mitigation occurs in perpetuity, that the legal agreement is necessary. The applicant has been obviously aware of the need for this legal agreement since we've obviously put the recommendation forward. And again, we will make sure that that agreement is dealt with as quickly as possible. However, notwithstanding that, the security that a motion to approve subject to that legal agreement gives, I would infer certainly allows for an applicant to start using that funding and drawing down on that grant. But that's just my view on that.
Councillor Matterface.
Thank you. Well, predictably, I'm going to raise buses. The fact that the Speaker mentioned shuttle buses, I think that's absolutely crucial, because currently the only bus from Broadstairs anywhere near Northwood Road runs 4 times a day. It's a 37. Hopefully, maybe that could be extended. It's a private one. It's not a stagecoach one. It's Regent coaches. And they are dependent on a KCC grant to keep them going. The 34, which Emma mentioned, does come up Westwood Road, so it just skirts Broadstairs, but it doesn't come anywhere near the main part of Broadstairs. I'm also St Peter's Surgery, and I can walk to St Peter's Surgery. I could walk to that one at the moment, but who knows down the line. Councillor Bayford mentioned crossings. If you're trying to cross, do we have a picture of the junction? Westwood Road, Northwood Road, and just below the college. Beyond that. The only way to cross that road is to cross by a traffic island. It's really hazardous. I think we really need to hope that something can be done to make it safer to cross, particularly if you've got doddery patients or people with young children. Hopefully the travel plan will look at these issues, and I hope that would actually include something about shuttle buses. Councillor Alban took the words out of my mouth, because I know that having driven up as a passenger up Westwood Road at school chucking out time, it is definitely a time to avoid. But as has been said, we need this facility. There is absolutely no dispute there. But my concern is accessibility. So I think the travel plan is absolutely crucial for it. My husband had to return a hire car on Monday morning for reasons I won't bore you with. It took him 35 minutes to drive from our house to Enterprise and 5 minutes to drive home. So peak time, Westwood Road is severely congested, and Kent Highways are correct about that. So what we do need is either shifts or some kind of attempt, or the shuttle buses, to make sure that people can actually get there for their appointments. Thank you.
Councillor Wing.
I'm at the East Cliff on Montefiore, and I can't think of a doctor's surgery where you can park easily in Thanet. In fact, I can't think of anywhere where you can park easily in Thanet. So it's just a massive problem, and it is nice to hear that the applicant is already thinking about ideas. And I'm glad Councillor Keane brought up taxis and being dropped off, because that was my experience of my fractured ankle. I was actually dropped off by a friend because I couldn't drive, obviously. So it begs the question that, have you looked at where they're going to drop off, because it is a really tricky bit. So there probably needs to be some sort of drive-in, drop-off and drive back out again, particularly when people are not well, lack mobility. I think we're all fit and able here at this present moment in time, but we must remember that a lot of people that visit hospitals are ill, infirm, got mobility problems. So we must think of the travel management plan must take into account the type of person that will be visiting this centre and not maybe people who are fit and healthy. Of course we've got to approve this. One of the concerns I have with the last bit was that, you know, there was a net loss of patients and doctors when the Grange is going to move to Westwood Cross. Ramsgate will see a net loss of doctors in Ramsgate because they're going to move to Westwood Cross, and there wasn't any information about how patient numbers will increase there, the net gain of patient numbers. So it'd be interesting to see the impact on St Peter's. Is it near the co-op, the St Peter's surgery? It'd be interesting because as Councillor Matterface says, she walks there at the moment, like I would imagine a lot of people do in St Peter's, who are not maybe going to be able to do that now. So we must have in the back of our mind the loss of local services that people can just walk to. And it'd be interesting to see what the increase in patient numbers would be, what the net gain is for us as an area. That would be quite interesting.
To come back, the surgery Councillor Wing's referring to is Mockettswood, which is not part of this project. St Peter's is Oaklands Avenue, which is off Vicarage Street. And statistically, when we were talking some years ago about super hubs, that was one that was going to go into the super hub because the patient numbers are below what's considered an optimum. Bethesda, on the other hand, which of course is expanding, taking in more patients from, they're going to be covering the whole of Broadstairs anyway. So St Peter's will move there and hopefully will expand because it will take people. But no, that's the one. It's, as was said, it's 2 bungalows in Oaklands Avenue, whereas Mockettswood is a purpose-built surgery. Local knowledge.
Thank you. You had 2 people up here about to say the same as well. So, yeah. You had 2 people up here as well that also have that local knowledge, and we're about to describe what you very well put. I have Councillor Garner left.
Yeah, just obviously having this new health hub is something we all support. It's something that's desperately needed. I think it is worth mentioning though that the highway issues around that area are extremely serious. I'm one of the local ward councillors, and I'm in contact with a number of people who live near there who have regular issues which have erupted into heated discussions with various people and occasionally police involvement. And there have been serious accidents up there. And as the Kent Highways report, which I didn't find spurious in the least, highlighted, that this is a busy area all day. It's not just at school drop-offs time. It's during the day. The McDonald's and the KFC down the road drive-ins add to that all day, certainly when the parents are going there to pick up. And in fact, as Councillor Alban highlights, when this does become the health hub, those issues will actually be worsened by all of those parents not being able to go and park in there. They'll then be chucked back out onto the road, making it even worse, on top of all the other cars that are going to be going up there. So it really is imperative that the travel plan is robust, both robust and robustly managed. And I think that comes under condition 3, doesn't it? That the staff parking management strategy is adhered to and is approved in writing by ourselves or yourselves, and that it is robustly managed. And so I'm sure we're getting those assurances from you, because the residents who live all around there will be even more unhappy than they currently are if there are more accidents around there, especially if some of those accidents result in people needing to use the casualty rather than the health hub.
I would like to make one comment on the staff parking plan. and that is whether or not you might need to consider more disabled parking spaces, because if you have any of your staff on site that have disabilities, then you can't expect them to walk from the back of Tesco's or whatever, and that may leave you with no disabled parking spaces for the patients. So that was an issue that I had. I can't bring you back in, I'm sorry, there is no facility for it. But I do want to hand back over to Emma. Thank you.
Yeah, just to comment on the St George's Primary School point that's been raised a few times. So when I went out to visit the site initially, I did go out around 8:30 in the morning, and I witnessed what you're mentioning, lots of parents parking in the car park, walking their children through because there's a pedestrian connection point there. And then the school is I think it's here or somewhere located here. So it does make an easy drop-off location for that. So in the meetings we've had with KCC, we've raised this, and KCC have looked into this, and the school was approved with a drive-in drop-off facility, which quite a lot of primary schools nowadays are provided with. But apparently the school isn't running that at the moment because, from what they say, parents raise concerns with it. So obviously that's an issue because it was approved on the basis of that drop-off facility, which should then have reduced parking in the area. It shouldn't be that people are having to park and walk there. They should be able to drive into the site, drop off a child and come out again. So just so you're aware, KCC are speaking with the school and trying to get that back up and running again, which then should hopefully at least reduce the need for some nearby parking for the school in the morning.
Okay, I don't actually have any other speakers for this item, so on that basis we will now put the motion for the officer's recommendation to defer and delegate for approval to the vote. Those in favour? Thank you, that is carried. And so therefore that concludes the public speaking for this meeting. You cannot go yet. I can see you preparing because we have not yet finished. So I will now call upon the clerk to read out the remaining planning applications. If a member wishes to reserve an application, will they please call out as the clerk reads? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. We have AO2, which is 240 to 242 North Down Road, Margate, in Kent, CT9 to QA. Then we have AO3, Unit 36, Blenheim, Close, Broadstairs. Then AO4, Land Fronting 22, Sycamore Grange, Ramsgate in Kent. And lastly, we have AO5, Car Park, Pier Yard, the Royal Harbour in Ramsgate.
Thank you. Do I have a proposer for those items? Councillor Alban, seconded by Councillor Matterface. Do members agree? Thank you. For the benefit of the public, I will call upon the clerk to read out the applications that have been determined. Camera.
Thank you, Chair, again. We have AO2, which is in 240 to 242 North Down Road, Margate. AO3, Unit 36, Blenheim Close, Broadstairs. AO4, Land Fronting 22, Sycamore Grange in Ramsgate. And AO5, Car Park, Pier Yard, Royal Harbour in Ramsgate.
Thank you, and that does conclude the business for this meeting. So thank you for your attendance and good night.